safeguards. It chills legitimate religious expression. It replaces constitutional clarity with political discretion. And it threatens the fabric of open, pluralistic communities like Brampton West. We can and should take action against real hate, but Bill C-9 goes far beyond that purpose and risks undermining the very freedom that define us as Canadians. And at a time when violent crime, repeat offending, and unsafe communities are top of mind for Canadians, our community should be dealing with Bill C-14, real justice reform, not debating how to restrict religious expression. Let us protect Canadians not only from violence, but from unnecessary government intrusion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Gill. Mr. Jennings, you want the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate having the floor back, and thank you for the ability to have the conversation we did. I wasn't going to start here, but I did want to, I think, relevant a little bit to some issues of committee process, but also to the underlying issue, start with a bit of a reflection on sort of rules of order, rule of law, how they relate to Bill C-9. I'm very fond of this particular passage from the famous play A Man for All Seasons, which I probably read into the record half a dozen times in various fora in my time as a member of Parliament. I assume many members will know the context, but this is an exchange between William Roper, who would become Sir Thomas More's son-in-law, and Sir Thomas More himself. Roper says to More, "So now you give the devil the benefit of law." And More says, "Yes, what would you do? Cut a great road through the law to get after the devil?" Roper says, "Yes, I'd cut down every law in England to do that." And then More says, "Oh, and when the last law was down and the devil turned round on you, where would you hide, Roper? The laws all being flat. This country is planted thick with laws from coast to coast, man's laws, not God's. And if you cut them down and you're just the man to do it, do you really think you could stand upright in the winds that would blow then? Yes, I give the devil benefit of law for my own safety's sake." And I think, Chair, the point is that actually the reason why the rule of law is so important in the cases in which it is tested are inevitably the cases in which a generic appeal to reasonableness isn't good enough, and in which some structure is needed to protect all of us, to ensure fairness, to protect the ways we interact with each other. And this principle of the importance of rules being adhered to is often therefore tested in the unsympathetic cases, in the cases of individuals appealing for the protection of rules, either here in Parliament or elsewhere, who are, for whatever reason, considered unsympathetic figures by the person making or enforcing the rule. But I think we have come to understand and appreciate in our tradition that it is structures and rules that are clearly established, clearly laid down, and impartially enforced. It is through those rules and standards that we are all protected. And so I think that has been a bit of an issue in this committee, which is the importance of reflecting on how an adherence to rules instead of something else is important for how we govern ourselves and how we relate to each other. But it's also of broader importance. That is of importance in society as a whole. So freedom of speech is only tested in controversial cases, right? Nobody is legal doctrines around freedom of speech are not required in the cases of uncontroversial speech, because nobody wants to go after people who are engaged in uncontroversial speech. If freedom of speech is something important at all, and on this side of the House we believe deeply in the importance of freedom of speech, then it is precisely for those controversial cases, those cases in which people are pushing the envelope, are proposing ideas that are contentious, perhaps even presenting those ideas in ways that are contentious, and the protection of the ability to do so, and the existence of clear and narrow exceptions only is the only thing that gives real life to doctrines of freedom of speech. This is why we have not only charter-protected freedoms in this regard, but protections around freedom of speech that go back much further and much deeper within our constitutional traditions. Similarly, freedom of religion. That freedom is protected precisely because of the existence of opinions that or of practices that might be that might attract unwanted attention from the state absent those protections. It's not those with sort of majority-aligned opinions that require any human rights protections. It's those exceptional cases, and this is. I think the point that A Man for All Seasons highlights is that adherence to rules that are clear, that prescribe these things, at some point becomes important for all of us. An individual might think that they are part of the sympathetic majority and not the unsympathetic dissenters in a particular case, but also. But that might change as their convictions change, or over the course of their life as the convictions of the majority around them changes. And this is why, again, these protections are important. I think we can identify times in the past where opinions that were considered contentious, outside the mainstream, even extreme, eventually were opinions that won the day and laid the foundation for what became a broader consensus, and this is why we protect freedom. It is because this process of I think protection of freedom is important as a matter of individual rights, but it is also important for the common good. That the process of exchange of creative disagreement creates the conditions in which new realizations can be identified and can move forward. Chair, I didn't plan to speak for long this morning. I wanted to share that reflection and open the floor up to some of my colleagues. I know I do have a lot more I want to say on this subject, but I want to make sure that everybody around the table has an opportunity to share. But before I wrap up, I hope you'll indulge me. I had a little something to share that is very much relevant to this topic, but also in the spirit of the season. 'Twas the night before Christmas. The elbows were down. The members of Parliament may be leaving town. We've had our ups and downs. What a wild, bumpy ride. Now we hope once again for a turn in the tide. There's one former minister free as a bird. At least he has convictions in every sense of the word. Now, on floor-crossing rumors, there's been quite the buzz. Our Nova Scotia caucus stronger than it was. Before he committed that most terrible sin, he almost withered beneath the House leader's grin. We've got 99 problems, that seems like a ton. At least the Beaches MP, for us, he ain't one. But these days it seems tough to be Liberal as well when your Trump-pleasing strategy's all gone too helpless. If things grow truly desperate, then here is the rub. You might throw a big party in the Consul General's residence.
Yes,
This Christmas,
how is this relevant to the consideration of clause by clause?
It's completely irrelevant. You're quite right, Mr. Chang.
I'm getting there, Chair.
So, Mr. Janice, I am going to cut you off. You're quite right, though. It is a big burden being in government. Maybe we can talk about that someday.
Chair, I'm getting
No,
there.
it has nothing to do with it. It's irrelevant. If you want to get back to something relevant to the clause by clause, that's fine.
I have
Mr. Chang is right.
I have some lines on C9 here.
Well, if you want to talk about C9, then
yeah.
be my guest. You've got the floor. But if you're going to continue reading poetry that you spent the night writing, I'm going to cut you off.
Point of order.
Mr. Lawton.
The amendment we are debating is about enshrining in C9 freedom of expression. The Supreme Court has been abundantly clear that freedom of expression includes artistic freedom, and that is a freedom that is incredibly important for all members to enjoy, and it is one that is put in jeopardy by Bill C9.
All right, Mr. Lawton. Hold on, everybody, please. Mr. Jennis started out by talking about the rule of law and rules and procedure. I spent 3 years in law school and 20 years practicing. One of the issues you have to deal with is relevance. We're talking about a specific clause, and it happens to be your amendment, Mr. Lawton. And what Mr. Jennis was doing, while perhaps creative and entertaining to some, it has absolutely no bearing on what we're talking about today, and I'm not allowing him to continue. And that's the end of that discussion. So if you want to get back to talking about C9, please do so, Mr. Jennis. Otherwise, we'll move on. Because I believe, actually, Mr. Lawton is waiting anxiously to speak. He's the next one.
Chair, I'll just conclude with the relevant sections of the poem.
No.
It's on
okay,
C9.
Mr.
It's on
Mr. Jennis,
the
Mr. Jennis,
relevant.
No. I've made a ruling. You started your day this morning by talking about rules and how important it was to follow. If you're going to make a mockery of the process while doing so, we're going to move on. So, Mr. Lott, unless you have something relevant to say about C9, I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Lawton. Right. Okay.
I will say two brief things about C9 here, Chair, and that is. We celebrate a baby read scripture and talk as long as we're allowed by the Liberals and Bloc. Liberal Bill C9 has made a law.
Mr. Jennis, you are done. That's it. Mr. Lawton, you have the floor.
No, point of order.
If he wants to talk, okay, Mr. Brock, I know what you're going to say, and you're right. But if he's going to continue to make a mockery of the process and try to challenge me by being cute, we're not going to get along very well. As I said at the beginning, I'm prepared to sit here all day and as long as people want, as long as we talk about relevant issues. We're not here to make a mockery of the process,
I was
and that's
hoping
what
to
Mr.
lighten the
Jennis
mood a
is
little
trying
bit,
to
Chair,
do.
but since I have seemed to have done the opposite, I'll cede my time for now.
Perfect.
But
Okay,
add me to
thank
the
you,
list
Mr.
for
Jennis.
later.
Mr. Lawton, the floor is yours.
This has been an issue that has actually quite pleasantly surprised me in terms of the volume of response I've gotten as a member of Parliament. Oftentimes when we discuss issues of freedoms and constitutional rights, these can feel abstract to people. But C9 is so offensive to people of faith in this country, and the amendment adopted by the Liberals at our previous meeting is so offensive to people of faith in this country that it has come across as incredibly personal to people in this country. I've had folks reach out, not just from my riding, but across the country, say that they've heard members of their church or mosque or synagogue who have never gotten involved in politics before talking about what Bill C9 will do. Now, the amendment that was adopted by the Liberals on Tuesday erodes long-standing religious freedom protections from the criminal code, making it so one can be prosecuted for quoting what your predecessor, Mark Miller, called hateful verses of Scripture in this very book, the Bible, in the Torah that my colleague Roman Baber brought here, in Qurans, in holy texts of other faiths as well. And my amendment, which we're debating now, is one that cannot totally reverse the harms of the previous amendment, but it is to state firmly the importance of standing up for and enshrining in Bill C9 religious freedom and freedom of expression. Now, we debated this particular amendment for hours on Tuesday, and I do not believe one single Liberal member of Parliament put themselves on the speaking list or made an intervention either way, supporting or opposing this, but not one single person spoke up and said, absolutely, yes, we do agree that C9 should protect religious freedom and freedom of expression. When we were debating the prior amendment, the amendment moved by Monsieur Fortin, which removed these religious protections, We heard from the Liberals that they were going to listen to all and they were going to engage and ask questions, and we got one short boilerplate intervention from Ms. Latanzio before the Liberals very quickly moved to a vote and have not had the courage of their convictions to defend religious freedom. And how could they? Because they were the ones that were complicit in seeking to remove those very freedoms from Canada. I represent an incredible riding, Elgin, St. Thomas, London South. It has in it a long religious history. We had a Quaker settlement established more than 200 years ago, which is still very vibrant today in the historic village of Sparta. We had large numbers of Mennonites immigrate from Mexico in the 1950s, although they had a long history before that, and they have maintained and preserved their faith traditions. We have had, in recent decades, immigration from India, Sikhs, Hindus, Christians. And just to give an understanding of how people of faith truly are in this country, they are not hate mongers, as the Liberals seem to be suggesting. There is a temple on Redan Street in St. Thomas. It is a Hindu temple. I apologize, my knowledge of Indian languages is not particularly great, but it's called the Sri Hari Har Mandir. And it is a Hindu temple that is used by Sikhs, because there is no Sikh, Gurdwara in St. Thomas. So Sikhs and Hindus work together and share this space. There's a Malayali Christian community, which is people from the Kerala region of India. They have an amazing Christmas party. I was an honored guest at their Onam festival in the fall. And all of these are people of faith that have brought their own faith traditions to their lives, that contribute so much to the community. The St. Thomas Mosque opened in 2021, and then once you take into account London, which is also a part of my riding, you have an even more diverse, an even broader array of faith institutions. And all of these people contribute so heavily to Canada. They contribute to education, they contribute to philanthropy, they contribute to the cultural fabric of our country. Of the 110,570 people in my riding, I'm looking at the latest Statistics Canada data, we have 65,000 Christians. More than half of them are Christians. Now, within that, you have Catholics and Anglicans, you have the Mennonites I mentioned, you've got Pentecostals, people from the United Church, you've got all range of Christian denominations. We have 3,100 Muslims, 500 Sikhs, 580 Hindus. We have, as well, 315 Buddhists. I've met many of these people, and I've had amazing conversations with them, and I've had many of them reach out to me, deeply concerned about what the Liberals are doing to religious freedom. And I'd like to just share a few of these messages that I've received. One is from a woman. My name is Nancy Cartwright. I live in your riding in St. Thomas. I'd like to register my objection to the plan to amend Bill C-9, which would repeal important provisions that protect those speaking on a religious subject or based on a belief in a religious text. Freedom of expression and freedom of religion are fundamental rights that must be preserved. No government has the right to criminalize the teaching of the Bible, which is the foundation of my faith. That's just a portion of the message that Nancy sent me. I have another message from a pastor, similarly in St. Thomas. He says, Mr. Lawton, thank you for your leadership on the matter of Bill C-9. I have been preaching the gospel for over 40 years. I pastored the Bible Baptist Church in St. Thomas, Ontario for 30 years. I've been a chaplain for the St. Thomas Police and now Fire Department for the last 7 years. In that time, I have used God's Word on a daily basis to assist people through the very difficult times of life. My message, as is the message of most God-fearing preachers, is a message of love. In that message of love, there are times that I must, as I did with my children, use correction when there was error. There were times where I had to be stern and had to tell them the truth, even if the truth was difficult for them to receive in preaching God's Word. And I have seen tens of thousands of lives changed. I've seen people who are desperate and despondent change and become fully equipped for life in difficult times. I will continue to preach the full counsel of God, for I am ordered to by God himself, that very same God that we beg in our national anthem to keep our land. My question is, keep it how? He goes on, and I won't read the entire email here at this particular moment, but he says, if there is any hate speech in the country, it is coming from the Liberal parties in our government. Their obvious hatred for religious organizations has been evident for many years, constantly trying to bring out taxation and the elimination of those who preach the gospel we've never seen more clearly. Why are those seeking to add and change our laws not looking to those who penalize, or looking to penalize those who indeed preach, promote, and publicize what we know is hate? Instead, they're trying to demonize the scriptures, which in totality promote love, peace, and contentment. There's more I may read in a future intervention. And one more message here from another constituent who says, I'm a supporter of what you're doing. I, for one, will never stop proclaiming and shouting from the rooftops the truth, way, and life of the gospel, because me going to jail doesn't slightly compare to one soul in hell. A believer who believes will fight for freedom of speech. There are people who have said, if the Liberals are going to criminalize quoting Scripture, they better start building new jails. And I would point out here, as we've been talking about bail and justice issues, it appears that thought crime is the only crime the Liberals seem to want to penalize. We have been trying on this community for months to get to work on the serious criminal justice issues that our constituents sent us here to tackle. This is what Canadians want. This is what Canadians expect of us. This is what Canadians have demanded. They have not demanded restrictions on freedom of expression. They have not demanded restrictions on freedom of religion. They have demanded action on bail. So with that, I move that the committee now proceed to the consideration of Bill C-14, the Bail and Sentencing Reform Act.
Okay. Mr. Housefather, it's a dilatory motion.
I understand.
Yeah.
Point of
Go
order,
ahead.
Mr.
Yeah,
Chair.
Go ahead.
This motion was already moved in this meeting. This is a continuation of the meeting of 2 days ago, of Tuesday. This exact motion was moved by Mr. Brock at that meeting, and you cannot move the same dilatory motion twice in the same debate.
On the same point of order when you're ready, Chair.
I know.
Yeah, Mr. Lawton, go ahead.
So, well, I respect the point. The purpose of this, if you consult with precedent, is that when new information has transpired, new information has taken place, the context of a dilatory motion changes. So while the wording may have previously...
Okay, Mr. Lawton, I understand your point. You're getting into procedure now.
Yes,
I have enough information to make
okay.
the ruling, so I don't need that. Thank you. Look, this has been moved. It has been dealt with. You're right, actually more than once. Having said that, we will have a vote on it again. But I just want to point out that nothing has changed. We're debating the same subject. In fact, the motion has been moved in the context of this very amendment debate, which is your amendment. So there is no new information, with all due respect, but I will allow a vote. So, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Housefather? No. Mrs. Latancio?
No.
Mrs. Dillon?
No.
Mr. Chin?
No.
Mr. Brock?
As the Conservative Party is the only party that cares about community safety in this country,
It's a yes or no vote,
the
Mr.
answer
Brock.
is absolutely
It's a yes or no vote, Mr. Brock.
Absolutely yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, listen. As I said earlier, let's maintain a level of respectful decorum in the room.
I was trying to be respectful.
Okay, it's a yes or no vote. I can get Mr. Genis to explain the procedure to you if you'd like. But let's carry on, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Barber?
Yes.
Mr. Gill?
Yes.
Mr. Lawton?
I vote to proceed with bail, yes.
Monsieur Fortin?
Okay. All right, defeated. Ms. Lewis, you're next.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I live in a small community of Haldeman, Norfolk, and we're just very transparent people, and all we really, really want is just the ability to freely believe, to worship, to hold our values, and we want to do that without government coercion. And we understand that hate speech law is not illegitimate per se. We accept that Parliament may criminalize extreme behavior, deliberate incitement of violence or hatred, especially under Section 318 and Section 319. As a lawyer, I also recognize, and I'm fully aware, that the former Section 319 3B defense, good faith expression of religious doctrine, there was a balance struck there, and that balance recognized the genuine difference between faith and belief, and that it should not include hate speech definition. And I think there's an importance in recognizing how we reach that balance. The removal of a sincere religious belief is therefore, it's not a neutral removal. It's not a cleanup of the criminal code. It is a fundamental structural change of the criminal code. So how did Section 318 and 319 survive the charter scrutiny in the first place? Because when we look at the Supreme Court and we look at what was upheld under Section 319 in Keekstra and Walcott, only after examining the entire statutory framework and the entire statutory scheme, not just the offense in isolation, did the Supreme Court reach their conclusion. And in so doing, the court emphasized that the offense threshold must be high. It must be willful. The intent must clearly be there. And there was a prosecutorial consent that was required. And that was crucial. And it was explicitly statutorial in creating a defense that existed, in including good faith religious expression. And I know that this may be trite law because it's something that has been so deeply entrenched in who we are as Canadians. And so these cannot be taken as footnotes. These are foundational, and they go to the minimum impairment that's inherent in Section 1 of the Charter, which was included as a checks and balance of the coercive apparatus of our state. And no area is this more profound in how a person thinks, their beliefs, and their conscience. And that's why this is such a very, very important issue. Now, the court repeatedly stressed that Parliament had carved out the space for moral teaching, which we find in many of our scriptures, the protection of sermons, which is something that pastors and clergy are very concerned about, the protection of doctrine and scriptures, and the avoidance of turning criminal law into an arbiter of theological truth. This is why the original hate speech law survived Section 2A and Section 2B of our Charter of Rights. And when we look at Section 319 3B, there was a firewall, and it was not just a technical firewall. The religious defense did more to provide more than provide an acquittal at trial, which is where we're going right now. We are actually saying that it is okay to charge a person, and then the charter can be used as a sword of defense. Whereas before, our law always represented a shield for people to be able to practice their faith without the coercion of a state apparatus over them. And that is a very important distinction that I think that we should not lose sight of. It functioned as a front-end brake on the state, and it ensured a prosecutorial filter early on in the case. Religious communities had predictability, and that was very important. So we must recognize that the court stressed the importance of Parliament carving out this space. And the moral teachings of scriptures are very, very important to people's faith, to people's upbringing, to the way they raise children. I've had so much contact with clergy who are concerned about the teachings, about doctrine, about the fact that they could be criminalized, that they now have to dance around the texts that they call and consider sacred. And from that standpoint, it matters. The criminal law, it matters how we change this law. And we must have clear knowledge of what the parameters are. Citizens should not have to rely on a future constitutional litigation to know whether what they say today will be prosecuted tomorrow. The Charter does not protect you from being charged, and that's what we have to remember. This is the most underappreciated danger of this change, and it is central to the critique. The Charter operates afterwards. After state action has already been invoked, or after the charge has already been laid, not before. And the Charter does not prevent police investigations. It does not block charges. It does not stop arrests. It does not intervene in bail conditions. It does not, it's not applicable if devices are seized, if people are arrested. It does not prevent reputational harm. It does not prevent an institution from pressuring or canceling people. The Charter only offers a defense after the harm or the charge has already occurred. And this is often years after. This is after expenses have been incurred. This is after people's lives have been uprooted. And this is later during your trial. This is when you raise a charter defense at a massive personal and financial cost. From a conservative perspective, the rule of law perspective, this is completely unacceptable as a primary safeguard being removed. Statutory clarity is essential, and a clear exemption for sincerely held religious belief is necessary, precisely because the Charter is reactive. By eliminating Section 319(3)(b), Parliament has essentially increased the discretion at the investigative stage. The removal is a clear signal to police and to prosecutors that there's a shift, that the risk from the state to the individual is ever so present. It could incentivize complaint-driven enforcement. There's a dangerous precedent that can be set from hate speech law, which can be uniquely vulnerable and also politicized. And once a statute is no longer clear and excludes religious moral teachings, there are conditions and consequences to society. Pressure groups can be weaponized to file complaints against pastors and clergy. Clergy are concerned that they will be targeted by these pressure groups. Police must look into matters they previously could dismiss. Police must also look into matters that people raise that could be used to weaponize against people, clergy, who they don't agree with their religious positions. Clergy and religious educators could start even self-censoring themselves. And this is what we call a chilling effect, which occurs long before the courtroom. Conservatives have long insisted that this criminal law is a blunt force instrument, and justified only when there's serious harm, when intent is clear, and when all other alternatives have failed. Eliminating these explicit safeguards expands criminal law into contested moral territory. What the Liberals are doing with hate speech law undermines pluralism. It turns the police into cultural arbiters. It weakens societal cohesion rather than strengthen it. And a free society does not require citizens to test their beliefs against the state prosecutors. Even if criminal court might still uphold Section 319 post-amendment, clergy are still concerned that the law is now less precise, voidly vague, less predictable, less restraint, and more chilling. From a conservative perspective, the Charter's minimum impairment has worsened. The proportionality balance has shifted, which is not the intent of Section 1. Parliament has removed a protection that the Supreme Court, our highest court in the land, explicitly relied upon. And this invites both constitutional risk and social instability. This is not just about religion, it's about whether citizens need permission to express moral judgment. It's whether the criminal law polices people's conscience and people's beliefs. It's whether Parliament trusts the plurality of our society. And it sends a warning that when statutory protections are removed in the name of tolerance, it is usually the boundaries of freedom rather than hatred that is quietly disappeared and being targeted. The Bloc Quebecois sided with the Liberals to remove the exemption for a belief or opinion held in good faith under Bill C-9, the Hate Propaganda Act amendments. And that exemption historically protected Canadians from being criminalized, simply from holding sincere beliefs, even if others found those beliefs unpopular, controversial, religious, or counterculture. This was a freedom of conscience issue. By removing sincerely, and this is sincerely held belief exemption, the government is narrowing that freedom of expression safeguard and expanding the scope of what could be interpreted as hate propaganda. And this is scary to many people of faith. It removes a long-standing shield for people of faith, minority communities, academics, and anyone expressing an unpopular dissenting view. Not only does it do that, but it also shifts the burden individuals may now need to prove their intention was not to be hateful, instead of the Crown having to respect people's faith, people's conscience, and people's belief. It creates uncertainty around sermons, religious teachings, traditional views on marriage, on gender, and even moral philosophical positions that we as a society are intellectually capable of debating without hate. It allows political actors to weaponize hate speech laws against ideological opponents by arguing that belief was not in good faith. It is exactly what the exemption it is exactly why the exemption has existed for decades. Canada has always distinguished between hatred and belief, and genuine belief. This moves towards criminalizing some religious expression that ties into the Liberals' wider governance, digital governance agenda, which includes tightening speech definitions, increasing enforcement, embedding algorithmic monitoring, but it also creates a national tension. What protects the belief of a Sikh in Alberta? What protects the belief of a Muslim in Ontario? What protects the belief of a Jew in Montreal, a Christian in the Atlantic region? Removing that held belief affects our entire federation. The Blocs and the Liberal have agreed to remove the protection for a belief or an opinion held in good faith from Bill C-9. This is a major shift. Canadians should never fear criminal prosecution for sincerely held beliefs, even when those beliefs are unpopular. It is a foundation of our democracy. Hate speech is already illegal. We do not need to criminalize conscience. Our charter protects freedom of conscience and religion in Section 2A and Section 2B, and it is so fundamental that it is entrenched in our Constitution. Removing that good faith belief exemption erases important safeguards that has protected minority and faith communities for decades. Parliament must be extremely careful before giving that state the power to interpret or police what Canadians are allowed to believe. And in so saying, I move that the committee now proceed to consideration of Bill C-14, the Bail and Sentencing Reform Act.
All right, we're not going to do that. We've already done it today, just a few minutes ago.
I challenge the chair.
You have that right, Mr. Lawton.
So that the chair's ruling be sustained.
Yeah.
So, Mrs. Latenzio,
In favor.
Mr. Osfather,
I support the chair's ruling.
Mrs. Dillon,
In favor.
Mr. Chang,
In favor.
Mr. Brock,
Against.
Mr. Biber,
No.
Mr. Gill,
No.
Mr. Lawton,
No, we need to study bail.
Monsieur Fortin.
Oui. Okay, ruling sustained. Sure, Mr. Housefather, yeah.
So I just saw the vote, and Ms. Lewis, by the way, very interesting, and I appreciated her speech, didn't vote. If she's not sitting in as a member of the committee, she cannot move a motion, and I just want you to take that in note, Mr. Chair, for the future Conservative members that are going to be speaking that are not sitting in as members of the committee.
Mr. Housefather, you're quite right, and that was an error on my part, so thank you for pointing that out. I will admit when I'm wrong. Okay, so that's a lesson for me and for all of us. Okay, so if you're done, then we're moving on to Mr. Brock.
Thank you, Chair. So, as I prepared for today's marathon, well, firstly, before I get into that, does the Chair have any further clarification on resources?
No, and I assure you I will let you know, Mr. Brock.
Thank you. It may not stop me from asking, but
Well,
we're just curious.
polite conversation is never a bad thing to engage in.
Precisely.
Right. Second best answer is no, I always say.
Okay. So as I prepared, I pulled a number of resources together, obviously publications and magazines and newspapers, pulling quotes and letters that my office has been inundated with, as I indicated during my last intervention, for several days this week, including this past weekend when the secretive deal was finally exposed. One such article that tweaked my interests and I think would be of value for this committee to hear, but particularly the Liberal members who, for some strange reason, are completely silent on defending the flip-flop that the Justice Minister did in supporting this Bloc amendment. This was an article by the author is Mr. Joseph Breen. It was published December the 6th. The title, What is the Religious Belief Defense? What to Know About Proposed Change to Canada's Hate Crime Law. I'm not going to read it verbatim, but there's a couple of sections I do want to read out. The heading that I wish to read starts as follows. What is the good faith religious belief defense? To publicly and willfully communicate statements that promote hatred of an identifiable group, according to Section 319, Sub 2 of the Criminal Code, is one of the few ways a Canadian can be sentenced to jail up to 2 years directly over what they write or say. But there are 4 absolute defenses spelled out in the law. No one can be convicted of willfully promoting hatred or anti-Semitism, for example, if in good faith the person expressed or attempted to establish by an argument an opinion on a religious subject or an opinion based on a belief in a religious text. This is what the new hate crime bill proposes to remove. The other defenses include the truth of the statements in question, the reasonable belief in their truth, and their relevance to public interest, and pointing out hate speech for the purpose of removal. There are boundaries of the willful promotion of hatred, which is rarely prosecuted, but remains one of the most politically controversial laws in Canada. So where did it come from? This is what interested me for some time now, and I was glad that someone actually did the research for me. Where did it come from? It was an original part of Canada's hate law regime, which also prohibits hate propaganda and advocating genocide. This actually came, Mr. Chair, from the Pierre Elliott Trudeau government in the early 1970s. So here we have had statutory defenses in place in this country protecting religious leaders for 55 years. Yet this current brand of liberalism, which is so vastly removed from the liberalism of the early 1970s, wishes to completely abolish that. It was developed in the post-war heyday of human rights legislation based on the work of a special committee on hate propaganda. So I take from that, reading between the lines, that this wasn't simply a mandated exercise by the Pierre Elliott Trudeau government in a pure democratic sense. It was properly debated. It wasn't forced upon Canadians. A special committee was convened. And the 4 defenses were actually debated in Parliament, as it should be, before the law was given royal assent in 1970. It has survived the transition from an era of communicating by print and telephone to the era of the internet. It has been challenged and tested many times. The very definition of hate has also been repeatedly challenged, and the new Liberal amendment also proposes to add a definition of hate to the criminal code using the language of Supreme Court precedents. Hate is not simple dislike of a group of people or disapproval or causing them offense or humiliation. The hate in Canadian hate crimes is detestation and vilification. It used to include calumny, which means malicious misrepresentation, but that has fallen out of favor as an archaic word. Has the religious defense ever been used successfully? It doesn't look like it. It will certainly have been considered in advance of a charge, and if it ever looked like a plausible defense, it might have motivated decisions not to prosecute. But it does not appear to have been successfully wielded in the courtroom. Richard Moon a law professor with a deep expertise on hate laws and religious freedoms, told the Canadian press that he was unaware of any example of the defense winning the day in court. Writing in the National Post, as I indicated during my last few interventions, lawyer Christine Van Gen said she went looking for cases and all she could find was one failed use. In that case, the judge put it bluntly, it will be a rare case where one who intends to promote hatred will be found to be acting in good faith or upon honest belief. You know, I know, Mr. Chair, that this my intervention is probably distasteful to the Liberals, but perhaps they can show a little decorum of respect while I have the floor and not be chatting away loud enough that it's actually interrupting my flow of speech.
Mr. Brock, I agree with that sentiment. I note there's one person having a conversation on the other side of the room, so I think you might be slightly overemphasizing.
No, they quieted up after I called them out on their bad behavior.
I'm going to ask, as I did the other night, that everybody abide by the same rules. So we'll carry on. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll repeat, in that case, the judge put it bluntly, it will be a rare case where one who intends to promote hatred will be found to be acting in good faith or upon honest belief. How often is the crime itself charged? Willful promotion of hate is not a common prosecution to begin with barely a few dozen cases since the 1990s. Of those, only about 1 in 4 end in convictions. The best known was of the late Jim Keegstra of Alberta. We mentioned that Keegstra decision numerous times during our study on C9. A high school teacher and a small-town mayor who promoted anti-Semitic conspiracy theories to his students and whose conviction of this crime was upheld by the Supreme Court in 1990. Religion factored in his motivation. Keegstra once told a journalist, I got into this through the scripture. Here was a people who denied everything about Christ, yet they were called the chosen people. That is a contradiction. The first ever case was the 1979 failed prosecution of Robert Bouzenga and Jean-Wilfred Durocher, 2 French Canadians who distributed anti-French flyers in a false flag effort to ruse anti-English sentiment in Ontario. They were acquitted on appeal in a ruling that held willful to mean something close to intentional, in contrast to other forms of guilty knowledge such as negligence or recklessness. Since then, notable cases include David Ahenakew, an Indigenous leader who was tried twice but ultimately cleared over anti-Semitic comments to a reporter, and the internet cases of Keith Francis William Noble of British Columbia, sentenced to 4 months in 2008 for promoting hatred of blacks, Jews, and gays. Reinhard Gustav Mueller of Alberta, sentenced to 16 months in 2004 for promoting hatred of Jews, and James Sears of Ontario, whose targets were Jews and women, sentenced to 1 year in 2019. So what happened in the case where the religious defense failed? That was the prosecution of Mark Harding of Toronto, who was convicted in 1998 under 319 sub 2 of the Code for distributing pamphlets and phone messages that described all Muslims as violent, cruel terrorists and bent on world domination. He got a conditional sentence and probation. His trial judge decided that the religion defense must not be a Trojan horse to conceal hate speech within religious speech. An appeal judge agreed, adding that merely because some of the appellant's statements were legitimate expressions of religious belief, his other statements are not shielded from scrutiny. Harding, whose legal appeals ultimately failed, was what the Ontario Court of Appeal called a self-described Christian pastor. He was entitled to his opinions on religious subjects, and it is not a crime in Canada to proclaim that a particular religion is the only true religion and that another religion with conflicting beliefs is wrong, the trial judge wrote. However, the accused communications did not just contain religious opinions about the falseness of Islam, they also contained alarming and false allegations about the adherents of Islam, calculated to arouse fear and hatred of them in all non-Muslim people. Although expression of religious opinion is strongly protected, this protection cannot be extended to shield communications intended to promote hatred simply because they are contained in the same message and the one is used to bolster the other. So what is the concern about eliminating the religious defense? The opposition Conservatives have called the amendment an attack on religious freedom. Other criticisms are that it is vague and could chill legitimate discourse and protest. A key fear is that religious people may feel hesitant or uncertain about expressing religious beliefs for fear that will fall foul of this law. Catholic bishops, that I intend on reading the exact message, the exact letter that was sent to Prime Minister Carney into the record during another intervention later on, Chair. But there's a quote here. Catholic bishops, for example, this week wrote a letter seeking reassurance from Prime Minister Carney that expressing good faith religious opinions will not be grounds for hate speech prosecution. That fear is particularly acute in light of the proposed Liberal amendment to remove the requirement that criminal hate speech prosecutions have the explicit sign-off of the Provincial Attorney General. This requirement adds a layer of political accountability to this most controversial type of criminal prosecution. As it stands now, if a provincial crown wanted to lay this charge, the governing party had to at least wear the effort and openly endorse it. So that's what I intend on reading out in relation to that particular article, Mr. Chair. And at this time, I wish to move a sub-amendment to my colleague Mr. Lawton's amendment, and the sub-amendment to read as follows: to move to replace freedom of expression or the freedom of religion with A, freedom of conscience and religion, B, freedom of thought, belief, opinion, and expression, including freedom of the press and other media of communication, C, freedom of peaceful assembly, and D, freedom of association. And I wish to move on to a vote, as this is a dilatory motion.
It's not a dilatory motion. Plus, I would like to see a hard copy of that so all the members can consider it. I assume you have it in writing?
Not yet, but it's coming.
Okay, so we'll suspend in the interim. Mr. Brock had just introduced a sub-amendment, which I believe everybody now has received a copy in their email and a hard copy. Mr. Brock, do you want to speak to it any further? I have a speakers list. So.
Yeah, I'm on the speakers list, so I think we should go in the order that it was been received. So that would be Mr. Lawton, I think, is recognized before me.
Well, I actually don't have you on the speakers list. Would you like to get back on it?
Sure.
Okay, all right. Okay, so Mr. Lawton, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. With respect to Mr. Brock's sub-amendment, I think it's clear that there is a lot of divisiveness surrounding C9, a lot of complexity. The fact that we now have a sub-amendment on the table, I think, reinforces that this committee should be dealing with far more pressing priorities. I move that the committee now proceed to the consideration of Bill C-14, the Bail and Sentencing Reform Act.
We have dealt with that, ruled on it at least twice today.
Point of order.
So we're not going to do it again.
Point of order.
Yes, Mr. Lawton.
We are now on a sub-amendment. The context in which this discussion arises is entirely different now. I don't think you should be blocking your own Liberal colleagues from allowing them to move their bail legislation forward.
So let me get this straight. Your sub-amendment makes it less important to deal with the legislation we're dealing with, just to be clear?
The sub-amendment
okay,
shows
I got it. Anyway, I've made my ruling. That's final. Challenge, okay, that's your right.
Mrs. Latanzio.
I sustain the chair's ruling.
Yes. Mr. Osfather?
I vote yes to sustain the chair.
Mrs. Dillon? Mrs. Akin? Yes.
I sustain the chair.
Mr. Brock?
Against.
Mr. Barber?
No.
Mr. Gill?
No.
Mr. Lawton?
No.
Monsieur Fortin?
Oui.
Okay. Challenge failed. Mr. Lawton, you still have the floor?
Order.
Go ahead, Mr. Housefather.
He moved a motion.
Correct,
he lost
correct,
the floor.
correct. Thank you. All right, so we're on to Ms. Anstey then. Yes, Mr. Brock.
Seeking unanimous consent that the committee now proceed to the consideration of Bill C-14, the Bail and Sentencing Reform
That's
Act.
not a point of order, Mr. Brock.
I'm asking for
okay.
unanimous consent, Chair.
Well, I've heard noise on the other side. I don't think you have.
I don't know. We're in support. Are the Liberals in support?
We did not have unanimous consent, Mr. Brock.
I haven't heard anything from the Liberal
I have, and I'm
side.
the chair, and I've decided,
I
Mr.
challenge
Brock,
you because I've heard nothing
you're
from the
challenging-
Liberal members.
What are you challenging, my hearing?
Yes, I am. I've heard nothing from Ms. Latanzio, Mr. Housefather, Ms. Dillon, and Ms. Akan, who is subbing for Mr. Chang.
Well, okay,
I've
thank
heard
you.
nothing.
You've now listed the members. I heard there was no unanimous consent. We are moving on. Ms. Anstey, you have the floor.
Point of order.
Yes, Mr. Barber.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move a dilatory motion. I'm well within my right. I'm a sitting member that the committee now proceed
You can't do that
to
on
the
a point
consideration of Bill C-14, the Sentencing
point of order,
Reform Act.
Mr. Barber. Ms.
I'd like to
Anstey-
seek unanimous
Ms.
consent to
Anstey-
study bail,
Ms.
please.
Anstey, you have the floor. I'm not even sure.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes. Well, you've got the floor, actually.
I seek unanimous consent for us to move forward on the Bill C-14. That's on the hearts and minds
Ms.
of
Anstey, I'm
Canadians.
sorry to interrupt you, but you're not a member, so you can't move that motion. You can
Point of
speak.
She's
order.
seeking unanimous consent, Chair.
She can speak to it. She
Point
can't.
of order, Mr. Chair.
Where's this one coming from?
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Mantle, yes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think if you will seek it and you listen for the voice vote of the committee members, you will see
Mr.
we have
Mantle,
unanimous
I can
consent to
take
move
these
to Bill
motions
C.
from people
Can
who
I
are
finish?
regular members of the committee. You're
Mr.
allowed
Chair,
to
I'd
sit
like
at
to
the
finish
table
my
and
point of order.
participate. I understand, but you're trying to introduce a motion.
I am not, Mr. Chair. I'm seeking unanimous consent. It is not a motion.
Which you cannot do. You're allowed to participate and make submissions on what we're talking about. Only the regular
I am
members
allowed to
can
make
do what
point
you're
of
trying
order.
to do.
And I seek unanimous consent. If
Mr.
you're,
Mantle, okay, the request is denied. It's out of order. Okay, Ms. Anstey, you do
I
have
challenge
the
your
floor.
decision, Mr. Chair.
Point of order.
Pardon me?
I challenge your decision, Mr.
You
Chair.
can't do that either.
I challenge your decision then.
Okay, that's your right.
I'd like you to put your decision on the record, Mr. Chair.
So just to be clear, what the Conservatives have done is Mr. Mantle has tried to make seek unanimous consent, which he is not allowed to do because he is on a point of order, which he's not allowed to do, even if he was a regular member, which I have denied. Mr. Lawton is now challenging that decision, so I guess we'll take a vote on that.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Yes, sure.
I just would like clarity.
Dilatory
So
vote.
I would like clarity
on the same
on
point.
what is being challenged. Is the challenge that a member should be allowed to move a motion on a point of order? Is the challenge on somebody who is not a member of the committee, who is present when all the regular members are present, is allowed to move a motion? What is the challenge on? Or is it on both of those? Do the Conservatives believe that in committees going forward, motions should be moved on points of order and non-members of the committee should be allowed to move motions when members are present? What is the Conservatives' challenge?
Perhaps you could clarify, Mr. Lawton, yeah.
Yes, thank you for Mr. Housefather's question. So what we are seeking has been unanimous consent, which any motion could raise at any time. Committees have, as this committee has moved informally where there is consent. We are allowing the Liberals the opportunity to advance their own bail legislation. That's what we're asking.
What he was trying to move, Mr. Housefather's question and the issue at hand is the procedural point.
Yes.
So my question is to you, as Mr. Housefather clarified, what is it you are challenging? What decision are you challenging?
We are challenging your, we are challenging the Liberals' rejection of unanimous consent and your refusal to hear that.
Okay, all right, we have clarification. Anyway, go ahead.
Mrs. Akin? So that the charge will be sustained. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Mrs. D'Atencio?
Yes on sustaining the chair.
Mr. Osfather?
Yes. Sustaining the chair.
Mrs. Dillon?
I sustain the chair.
Mrs. Aiken?
Sustain the chair.
Mr. Brock?
Absolutely against sustaining the chair.
Mr. Barber?
No, I disagree with the chair.
Mr. Gill?
No, disagree.
Mr. Lawton?
No.
Monsieur Fortin?
Oui.
Okay, ruling upheld, challenge denied. All right, Ms. Ansey, you still have the floor.
Mr. Chair, point of order, Mr. Chair. Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Sir, Mr. Gill.
So, Mr. Chair, we heard the argument, but I ask unanimous consent that the committee now proceed to the consideration of Bill C-14, the bail and sentencing
Already been
reform
dealt
act.
with. Ms. Ansey, you have the floor.
Challenge.
Challenge.
We can do this all day, guys, if you want to have fun.
Challenge, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we do one at a time, Mr. Bauer.
This is
This is what?
this is a sitting member of the committee.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And that's why I just
He's
listened to
allowed
his
to
point
move
of
a
order.
motion.
I know.
for unanimous
The
consent.
committee's already dealt with it as recently as about 45 seconds ago. So,
Challenge.
all right.
No, point of order.
Yes,
and
Mr.
this I
Housefather.
want you and the clerk to discuss, Mr. Chair. At this point, we have established that members are on points of order moving motions. This is not allowed at committees, and it is not a challengeable thing at that point. And I am asking you to stop this ridiculous practice that I've never once seen in my 10 years in the House of Commons. The Conservatives are making a mockery of this committee at this point.
Your refusal and to obstruct us to study your bill.
Sought clarification, and the committee, only the committee members, in other words, the 4 Conservative members whoever they are at any given point, the 1 member from the Bloc and the 4 Liberals are allowed to move motion or raise points of order. Other people are allowed to sit at the table and make submissions that are relevant to the bill. But beyond that, it's only the regular members who can do that, which hopefully will make things run a little bit.
Thank you, Chair. I have a point of order.
Mr. Brock?
Yes. Ironically, as we sit here 2 hours into this committee hearing, the parliamentary secretary to the Prime Minister, the member for Winnipeg North, is challenging, not looking at you, sir, is challenging the Conservatives sitting in the House as to why we are not swiftly passing C-14. And the reason we're not swiftly passing C-14...
This is debate, Mr.
No,
Brock.
well, sir, I'm getting to my point of order.
Well,
I'm getting to my point of order.
Get to it quickly, please.
I have to put some context into the point of order.
Okay.
Therefore, Mr. Chair, I am seeking consent of this committee that to improve public safety in our communities and to protect Canadians from repeat and violent offenders, the committee, A, immediately prioritize the consideration of C-14 and work together to report the bill to the House at the earliest opportunity. B, sit through the winter adjournment to undertake meaningful consultations with victims, community leaders, police services and associations, and other relevant witnesses. And C, pause consideration of Bill C-9 to make room on the agenda for Bill C-14.
This is not a point of order.
That is what I seek unanimous consent.
This is not a point of order.
Mr. Brock, that's actually not a dilatory motion, and you can't move a motion on a point of order. So,
I was asking for unanimous consent, Chair. I wasn't asking that to be a votable motion.
well, I've heard
And
no.
clearly, the interruptions by Ms. Latanzio
Well,
and Mr. Housefather
you don't have unanimous consent.
would clearly trigger. They are not interested
You don't
in the
have
swift
unanimous
passage
consent,
of Bill
Mr. Brock.
C-14. How ironic.
We don't.
Hypocrites.
Don't
we
make
we
no
don't-
assumptions.
Okay. Here we go again. Mr. Brock, we went through this the other night. I was quite clear, and you agreed with me at the time. We are not going to be using that language at this committee.
They can't
We're
have
not-
it both ways,
we're not,
Chair.
Okay, but we're not going to refer to other members of Parliament with that type of language, because if you do, you will not be allowed to speak again. Full stop. Ms. Ansey, you have the floor.
Point of order.
Who said that?
I did,
Mr.
Chair.
Lawton, okay.
So, changing course here and underscoring what it is we're trying to do here, I have an article that I would like to seek unanimous consent to table. Man facing first-degree murder in partner's killing had allegedly threatened her before.
It's not a point of order, Mr.
There are 3
Lawton.
Quebec members
It is
of
not
that
a
committee
point of
that
order,
should be very
Mr.
interested in
Lawton.
people getting
I've
murdered
ruled,
by people
Ms.
out on
Ansey, you
bail.
have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Finally.
Thank you. And I appreciate the opportunity to come to this committee today and to address the committee specifically around Bill C-9, the sub-amendment that has been brought forward. And please don't misinterpret my passion on this issue as being disrespectful, as I also recognize my colleague, Mr. Brock, is also passionate about this issue. And as a person of faith myself, this is something that is extremely important to me. Faith's played an important part of my life and something that I am very passionate about preserving and protecting in Canada. Now, as a parliamentarian for a riding in Newfoundland and Labrador, I have the immense privilege of representing people of many different faiths, traditions, and worldviews. Our province has a long history of religious diversity from Christian denominations, but now to growing Muslim, Hindu, Sikh, and Buddhist communities. So my role as a parliamentarian is to ensure that their rights are respected and safeguard the freedoms that allow them to live and express their beliefs openly. And to begin, Mr. Chair, I'd like to just point out that the work of this committee does seem to be misguided and misdirected based on what I hear from the people in my riding, and clearly seen today in several interventions.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, if people in the room could keep their voices, well, quiet, preferably, or to a low tone so we can hear the speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. All voices are important and all perspectives are important, and this is extremely important legislation, so I sincerely appreciate that. And so it's become apparent and obvious that the priorities of Canadians are not being put at the forefront of these discussions today, as we've just seen. And so studying Bill C-9 is letting this committee study something that is misguided and misdirected. It's a bill that is divisive, unnecessary, at a time when we know that Canadians really want legislation that deals with changes in our bail legislation. Now, first and foremost, I'm here today to speak about my concerns as an individual parliamentarian, but also with respect to the immense volume of reach-outs that I have had from constituents on this issue. I have had hundreds of people sign petitions, and it's not just a matter of concern. They are engaged and motivated to want to be an active participant in the pushback on this legislation. Now, one of the things that I think is extremely telling is the part of the country that I come from, which is Newfoundland and Labrador, where they have fundamentally supported and trusted this Liberal government for decades. And they are now deeply concerned about this legislation. And I think it's important for the government to reflect on itself and understand that these people who are in my riding, who are nonpartisan, they're community-oriented, they're service-oriented, often focusing and helping people in need, are now alarmed by this piece of legislation. And so I think it's an opportunity for the government to really reflect. Now, I am not surprised that this is the case, because religious charities in Newfoundland and Labrador play such an important role in rural communities, especially in the province where I live. And I could give you several examples. They run food banks, they run shelters, they run addiction services. In a moment in our history when Canadians are hungry and hurting, our religious institutions are filling that gap and caring for our people, and right now they are under attack. The Premier himself recently acknowledged essential groups like the Salvation Army and acknowledged December 8th to the 14th as Salvation Army Week in Newfoundland and Labrador, again recognizing the important role that religious charities play in our rural communities. So I'm not surprised that these organizations are reaching out to me in the manner that they are reaching out to me, because they play such an important role, and we should be doing everything to protect them. Now, I came into this role as a mom, and I will leave this role still as a mom. Above everything else is my priority and something that I reflect on each and every day. And I think about it consistently in terms of the kind of country that my 4 children will inherit. But also, I teach my children on a regular basis to have difficult conversations, to lean into constructive, respectful conversations, whether they're in the classroom, around kitchen tables, wherever they are interacting, and not to be afraid to voice their opinions, but to respect everyone and treat them with dignity. Thoughtful, respectful disagreement is not a threat to Canadian society. It is the foundation of it. So what message are we sending to the next generation if we are attacking sacred text that is spoken in good faith? This is extremely, extremely concerning to me. And it does not make Canadians safer. It creates a chill. We want to encourage people who have diverse perspectives that it's safe and okay to voice those perspectives in our Canadian society. Now, this, Mr. Chair, is a bad bill, and the amendment and sub-amendments are required because it's not about protecting rights. It's not about public safety. It's not about community well-being. It's misguided, it's misdirected, and it is completely unnecessary. We can clearly see it's dividing us. But more than us, what we should be concerned about is it's dividing communities. People all the time are talking about divisiveness in this space, and this is something that we should be extremely concerned about. Canadians are begging us to address bail, and instead we are moving in this direction. And Mr. Chair, just as a final thought, it's the eve of Christmas. Christmas is the most celebrated Christian holiday of the year, and this legislation is casting a dark shadow of fear over faith communities right now. This is a time when they should be celebrating their faith, and instead they're reaching out, concerned, fighting that this government would preserve their faith. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I move a motion right now based on my comments and my interventions that we
Colleague?
Okay, Mr. Brock, please, everybody, just keep their voices down. I can control the room, Mr. Brock. It's easier without help, frankly. Okay, please continue, Ms. Anstey. I didn't hear that.
And so I bring forward a motion right now, Mr. Chair, that the committee shift its focus and study Bill C-14 that deals with the legislation that is on the hearts and minds of Canadians.
Thank you. To clarify for people sitting around the table, Ms. Anstey has been substituted for Mr. Lawton, so she is able to bring such motion. However, having dealt with this motion over and over again, we're not going to consider it. That's my ruling. So we'll move on to Mr. Baber.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
You can't make a point of order, Mr. Mantle. You're not a regular member of the committee at this point. Sorry.
Point of order. He doesn't need to be a member.
Yeah, we did.
Move
We
a
just
point
made
of
that
order.
ruling a few minutes ago. You might not have been in the room.
Any member can move a point of order.
No, the ruling's already been made, Mr. Barber. That moment has passed. Well, you weren't here, Mr. Jenis. You don't have an opportunity at this point to debate it. Mr. Barber, you have the floor on the sub-amendment.
Thank you.
Excuse me,
now-
Mr. Chair.
I was outside
I'm
watching my
actually,
son,
I'm actually subbed in for a member, so I believe that I do have the ability to.
But I'm also communicating with my
move a point of order?
constituents about what's happening. Absolutely. I hope you're communicating with your constituents as well about this. Yeah. People who have their rights
Clerk
taken
has
away.
no record of
It's
that.
funny.
Mr. Barber, you have the floor.
Sorry,
I'm a
Mr.
member
Chair.
of
Could you
this
double check
committee,
that, please, Mr. Chair?
And I find out
You
more.
just did. Mr. Barber, please.
And I find more about what's going on with this bill from the media than I do from this room. And it appears now that at least twice the Attorney General has U-turned on the Bloc amendment that passed the other day that is the subject of the sub-amendment. Yesterday, just before question period, I learned that the Attorney General now believes that he ought to go out there and consult with communities and consult with religious leaders with respect to the Bloc sub-amendment that just passed to repeal the defense of religious expression. And so, in that spirit, if the Attorney General wants to consult, he should have consulted before the Bloc amendment, before the Liberals adopted this and repealed the religious defense, then why not suspend and allow the Attorney General to perhaps change his mind again, which by my count would be a third U-turn on this bill. And that is why I'm well within my right to seek unanimous consent that this committee now proceed to the consideration of Bill C-14, the Bail and Sentencing Reform Act. May I please have your consent to study bail, to study sentencing, and allow you guys to reconsider again as to whether you wish to repeal the religious defense.
Sounds very reasonable.
Can we please have, may I please have unanimous consent?
Do we have unanimous consent? No. Okay. Mr. Barber, move on. Are you finished? Mr.
I see the floor.
Mr. Bailey, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The Liberals in the Bloc, sorry, go ahead. The Liberals in the Bloc Quebecois have made a deal to eliminate criminal code, safeguards for freedom of expression and religious freedoms in exchange for the Bloc supporting Bill C-9. They are removing Section 319.3b and 319.3.1b, which state people cannot be prosecuted for expressing, in good faith, an argument or opinion on a religious subject or based on belief in a religious text. The Bloc has long pushed for the ability to persecute people for religious expression. It unsuccessfully attempted to make these changes in the previous Parliament, known as Bill C-367. The Bloc often cites the case of the Montreal Shikawi, who in 2023 used a prayer to call for the extermination of Jews. Persecutors denied to charge him. There is no evidence he was not charged because of the religious defense protection. What Shikawi said is really illegal. There is no defense for advocating genocide under Section 318 or public incitement under Section 319.1. The defense only exists for the willful promotion of hatred and anti-Semitism charges. The refusal to charge Shikawi was yet another example of authorities taking
Mr. Bailey, sorry, just bear with me. The room's getting a little loud again, please. Mr. Bailey has the floor.
I'll repeat that. The refusal to charge Shikawi was yet another example of authorities failing to enforce existing law. The Supreme Court has recognized the religious defense as necessary to keep Canada's hate speech laws constitutional because of how crucial freedom of expression and freedom of religion are. The Justice Chair, Mark Miller, said in committee on October the 30th that there was clear hatred in some books of the Bible, the Torah, singling out Leviticus, Deuteronomy, and Romans. I quote, "Clearly, there are situations in these texts where these statements are hateful," Miller said. "They should not be used to invoke or be a defense." He was clear. Prosecutors should be able to press charges. Numerous witnesses told the Justice Committee that the religious text defense is narrow and does not offer blanket immunity, as the Liberals are suggesting. People of faith could be imprisoned for up to 2 years for expressing deeply held religious convictions that the government finds offensive.
Okay,
I can speak louder.
Mr. Bailey.
Yes,
I
can barely hear myself.
Okay, well, the room is getting a little. The room is getting a little.
Well, put it in.
Okay.
Stop talking.
Okay, Mr. Bailey, we don't need that kind of tone. Mr. Can, we don't need.
Okay, wait a sec. He's got the floor and you don't.
Okay, all right.
Okay,
we're suspended.
Let him speak and let him speak.
Suspended, guys. Just a gentle reminder that we need to maintain decorum, which I think we've all landed in a good place in the spirit of the season. So, Mr. Bailey, you still have the floor.
The good faith religious defense protects minorities and those who sincerely held religious beliefs. Religious communities including Jewish, Christian, Muslim, Sikhs, Hindus, and Buddhists hold a vast range of beliefs on religion, morality, sexuality, politics, and culture. Though some may find these beliefs objectionable, old-fashioned, or even hateful, a free country does not criminalize the expression of sincerely held religious doctrines. We debate people we disagree with, not silence or arrest them. The courts have been clear that violence and calls to violence are not, and never have been, protected as free expression and are not in good faith, as the defense requires. Liberals insist their new bill is needed to protect religious Canadians from hate. Removing the religious freedom safeguard from the criminal code will not make Canadians safer. It will not protect anyone, least among them people of faith, from hate. This change will expose people of faith to criminal prosecution for the simple act of quoting their own sacred texts. The Charter of Rights and Freedoms protects freedoms of expression, freedoms of religion. It is not an accident that in Section 2 of the Canadian Charter begins with the fundamental freedoms, in this exact order: the freedom of conscience and religion, freedom of thought, belief, opinion, and expression, freedom of peaceful assembly, freedom of association. In a free country, we answer speech with speech. We answer bad ideas with better ideas. We do not answer prayer, even ugly prayer, with prison. That is the road to tyranny. This bill will not make a single Canadian safer. In fact, removing the protection for good faith religious beliefs is a path down state tyranny. The government is repeating the oldest trick in the authoritarian playbook: declaring certain religious beliefs hateful, then criminalizing their expression, then claim you are only protecting minorities. That is how every police state begins. This change will turn willful promotion of hatred into a sword hanging over every sermon, Bible study, or Torah reading. The Act claims to combat hate. It sows it by silencing minorities of belief. The government is prepared to combat hate by stripping away the only explicit criminal code protection for Canadians who, in good faith, express an opinion on religious subject or quote their own sacred text. That is not combating hate, that is combating faith. John Diefenbaker said on August the 10th, 1960, "I am a Canadian, free to speak without fear, free to worship in my own way. This heritage of freedom I pledge to uphold for myself and all mankind." Chair, Diefenbaker would be rolling in his grave at this clause. Chair, Diefenbaker would be rolling in his grave at this clause. It's not a conservative issue or a progressive issue. It is the foundation upon which every other democratic freedom stands. April 1st, 2024, Scotland's new Hate Crime Act came into force. Religious aggravators were added, and the old religious defenses were weakened. In the first 8 weeks, 8,000 complaints filed, more than one every 7 minutes. Police in Scotland logged every single one, even anonymous ones. A Catholic priest was investigated for preaching the catechism on marriage. Comedians were visited by police for jokes. J.K. Rowling dared police to arrest her. They didn't, but only because she was rich and famous. The Scottish Police Federation warned that the law had turned officers into thought police. Chair, this is the future Clause 4.2 is importing into Canada with Canadian politeness. Even if charges were to be eventually dropped, the process is the punishment, 5 years of investigation, $100,000 in legal bills, your name dragged through the media. That is enough to silence 99% of the pastors, imams, rabbis, or other religious defendants for expressing their deeply held beliefs. I could go on about the hundreds of emails that my constituency office has received, or how on December the 16th, I will be holding a Zoom meeting with 70 churches. I am one of the few MPs that have an entire city. Most cities now have 2 MPs, and it just shows me how important this is to the people of Red Deer. Our values have been tested by this Liberal government, our religious freedoms. We've been, I'm going to use the word teased about charitable statuses to the point where churches were calling my office constantly, sending emails, concerned that they could be losing their revenues. And at this point, Chair, I would really like you to hear me out at a point of order, seeking unanimous consent that this committee proceeds with the consideration of
Mr.
Bill
Bailey,
C-14.
as I ruled previously, as not a regular member, you're not in a position to do
I've
that.
been subbed in, sir.
Actually,
Mr.
you're not
Chair.
subbed in.
Chair, I'm a sub.
Mr. Chair, I have a point of order.
Okay, just a second.
Is she subbed in?
Let me just check. Make sure the clerk has received
Yes,
it.
who subbed in? No, but he said if she subbed in, who subbed in? Me?
Okay. Okay, the clerk has received it, Mr. Bailey, so please proceed.
Point of order,
Unanimous
please.
consent that this committee now proceeds to the consideration of Bill C-14,
What
the
mockery.
Bail and
I tell you
Sentencing
what
Reform Act.
Okay, do we have unanimous consent?
No.
Okay, all right. Mr. Bailey, sorry, you had a point of order, Mr. Latanzio? Okay.
Mr. Chair, quite seemingly, it looks very real and realistic that we are not going to be able to finalize clause by clause today. I still am very hopeful, very positive, but at this point, I would seek unanimous consent. Conservative members have said time and time over again how C-14 is very important, and so do we. We consider it. So we seek unanimous consent to send that bill back to the House, because if we keep going in this direction, look at the amount of time it is taking for us to study C9, and it is a very important bill. And so I seek unanimous consent to send Bill C-14 back to the House.
No, we need to study the bill. Let's
Mr.
study
Chair,
it.
So we
Mr.
do
Chair.
not have unanimous consent. Okay. It's straightforward. She sought unanimous consent based on discussions earlier to send the bill back to the House for third reading, and we didn't get unanimous consent. So, you're not at the table, and you've been subbed out, Mr. Brock. Sorry. All right. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Previous discussions had taken place. I'd like to know with whom Ms. Latanzio spoke to on the Conservative side. I'm the Vice Chair. I've not spoken to Ms. Latanzio for weeks on prioritizing C-14 without any study, without hearing from any witnesses whatsoever.
I take
so
your point.
I'd like some clarification as to where that came from.
Okay. That's a valid point, Mr. Brock. My comments when I used the word conversations was a reference to the numerous times you and your colleagues had wanted to expedite C-14. That's what I was referring to.
But expediting meaning study, hearing from witnesses.
Okay.
Was the exact wording of the motion that I sought unanimous consent for.
Ms. Latanzio sought unanimous consent to expedite it even further. It has not been provided, so we will move on. Mr. Allison, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I hope to maybe speak again, but my remarks will be a little shorter this time. But just in case I don't get a chance to speak again, I do want to thank the staff. I've chaired committees before, like you, Mr. Chair, and I know that the staff always do great work, and they're the ones that have to work long hours and make sure they provide. So I do want to give you guys a shout out. I've worked with a lot of these clerks and legislative clerks and all that in the past. So I'll just start with that and wish everyone a Merry Christmas. You know, one of the concerns in the 20 years that I've been here is the fact that there's always unintended consequences of legislation that we create here. And I would say that, you know, this amendment has been one of those things that has created a whole bunch of unintended consequences that really haven't been thought through. I know that some of the regular members on this committee pointed that out, that quite frankly, there's been you know, it's probably better to go back and have a look at that. That's not for me to decide, but I do point that out. When we present and we bring forward legislation in this place, we need to consider all those things. And when things are brought to our attention, it's never a bad thing to say, you know, maybe we got this one wrong. Maybe we should go back and look at this. And I think that's, you know, when I look at the faith communities in Niagara, in particular, I just feel like there's a huge disconnect of what's going on in Ottawa versus what's actually going on the ground. And that's one of the things I've noticed over the last 20 years being here is that sometimes the things that we think are so smart and so wise, you go back to the riding and they go, what are you talking about? Like, I've never heard of this before. And why, by the way, why are you doing it? And so that's, you know, that's one thing I've noticed for sure. And I know that, you know, when I show up at Tim Hortons, I don't have people saying, you know, I think we need to deal with some of these scripture study groups in our churches because, you know, quite frankly, we are concerned about, we're terrified about what some of these quotes are going to come from, you know, from some of these scriptures. We all agree that hate speech has no place in our society. We know incite to violence, and a number of these things have got issues. But you know, what people are talking to me about in my community is crime, and you know, the challenges right now. I've never seen in my years in Niagara. My riding's Niagara West, which is just between Hamilton and St. Catharines. I got people that, you know, we've got cars being stolen out of their driveways. Now listen, we know this has happened in big cities before, but it blows me away the amount of crime that's migrated around the lake, past Hamilton and into Niagara and into small communities. And I represent about a half a dozen small communities like Grimsby and West Lincoln and Lincoln, Pelham and Waynfleet. So not major communities at all. And, you know, we got rural break-ins. I mean, during the campaign, as a matter of fact, I had a jewelry store hit three or four doors down from my campaign office on the main street in broad daylight in the middle of the day for the third time in 3 months. A truck backed into it, smash and grab. There was a gentleman that was in there fixing the cabinets from the previous smash and grab that was almost run over. I posted this footage onto my Facebook account, and millions of people from around the country had a chance to have a look at that. And the crazy thing is that there was a stolen vehicle to do this smash and grab. There was a stolen vehicle that they got in daylight. People were filming this on their phones in downtown Grimsby, which is a population of 25,000 people. And, you know, so it was a stolen truck for the smash and grab. It was a stolen car as a getaway, and they ditched the stolen car just as they were heading back towards the Toronto way. I don't know where they were heading, obviously, at that time. And so 3 stolen vehicles, just to look at that. So when we talk about, you know, and this C-14 has been talked about here, people are not talking about, you know, hateful text in the Bible. What they're talking about is they don't feel safe. They don't feel safe going for walks after dark. They're concerned about, you know, the amount of extortion that I've seen going on out west in BC is mind-blowing to me that we're not dealing with that issue in any kind of major way. And the whole issue of repeat violent offenders. And my colleague in Welland, we had a gentleman that had broken into a home and had raped a little baby. And it was, you know, you guys heard about it on the news. And the challenge was this individual was actually a violent repeat offender and actually out when he should not have been out. So I realize that you guys, the Liberals are the government, and that's something that you decided this to be a priority. But, the other disconnects I have is that while we're here talking about trying to move towards C-14, we've got Kevin Lamoureux in the House right now, in the House of Commons, asking for the swift passage of C-14. And so that's kind of ironic that we're here dealing with issues that, once again, none of my constituents came to me and said, Dean, we got a burning issue here. This is a problem. We need to deal with it. As a matter of fact, they came to me after we announced this and said, what is actually going on? How did this end up happening? And, for the church groups that are in my riding, they're there to help. They're there to reach out. And so we do have a disconnect with when we have someone like Kevin Lamoureux in the House today, while we're sitting here today trying to deal with this issue, calling for the swift passage of C-14. So I do find there's a little bit of irony on there. And I think, at the end of the day, bail reforms are pretty important. Now, listen, when we talk about clearly hateful statements coming out of religious texts, in Niagara, our faith communities are not fringe groups. I mean, I am so grateful for our church communities in Niagara. I mean, they are very constructive. They volunteer. We have a number of organizations, and it's interesting that we just built a new hospital in Grimsby. It took 20, 30 years to make this happen, but so many groups came forward and made this happen. And like in all of your communities, we have a great sense of community. And so, like I said, when we start talking about faith communities, I don't really, and a lot of these people that participate in our communities, they also are a part of faith communities, right? They could be synagogues, they could be temples, community centers, churches, mosques, and a number of other different things. And so I think that, we need to look at this, and we need to be concerned. And I think that, when we look at the very narrow defense in the criminal code that protects people who are in good faith, especially religious beliefs based on the scripture, but only for one offense, right? It's a will for promotion of hatred. It doesn't apply to incitement of violence. I know we talked about that before, advocating genocide or threats or any other criminal code offenses. And so I think that, this is part of the safeguards that are already there to make sure that this is not an issue. So when we look at some of the examples that have been mentioned before, we talk about Adel Chikari, right? It's been mentioned by some of the previous speakers. But, some of his statements were actually illegal, and they were already chargeable, and they were already outside of the possible defense. And so it seems like we've got this extra layer here now when we already have laws in place to deal with these things. And quite frankly, when we have laws like this to deal with these things, I think we should be working on trying to make sure that, when I talk to police in Niagara, they're frustrated. They're frustrated because they bring people forward, they charge them with offenses, and the revolving door of justice just seems to frustrates even the police. And I think if you talk to police in any of the communities, there's a huge disconnect, and there's a concern that people are feeling, what? Does our work matter? Because we work all the time. We work to make sure that people are actually in and charged. But before we're even back, before the paperwork's even done, then what ends up happening, these people are back on the streets. And so that's a challenge that we have as we move forward. And as I said, we just passed it. We just went through an election 6 months ago. And I heard at the doors people saying, listen, Dean, fix the bail system. Like, we got to keep criminals off the street. We got to give police the tools that they need. We need to make communities safe again. And I think when we say give police the tools, the police do have the tools. The challenge is a revolving door of justice, and the fact that they're not kept when they actually end up behind bars. And that's one of the things we need to do. And I know C-14 is part of that. And so I think that at the end of the day, these are some of the things that we need to look at. So listen, I just you're not going to be surprised by this, Mr. Chair, but I do want to present a motion that we proceed to the consideration of Bill C-14, the Bail and Sentencing Reform Act. So I'm going to put that motion before.
So is it a motion, or are you seeking unanimous consent?
I'm seeking unanimous consent. Thank you for the clarification.
Do we have unanimous consent? No. Okay, so we do not have unanimous consent.
Thank you very much,
Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Mr. Chair, I have a point of order.
Ms. Latanzio has a point of order.
I would like to seek unanimous consent that we send Bill C-14, a very important piece of legislation, back to the House as the hearings on C-9 are going to go on and on. It's quite obvious that we'll never be able to get to C-14. We don't have the collaboration of my members opposite. This is the whole, this is, it's quite clear. So you heard it there, Mr. Chair. We do not have that collaboration. So it is easy to understand that we will not be able to get through C-9. If we don't get to C-9, we won't be able to get through C-14. So I seek unanimous consent that we send this back to the House so that they can, we can deliberate on C-14 back to the House for third reading. Thank you.
Do we have unanimous consent?
Mr. Chair, can I
Do we have unanimous
clarify?
consent?
Mr. Chair,
No,
can I clarify?
We do not have unanimous consent. Okay, we do not have unanimous consent. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Cronus, there you are.
Point of order.
Mr. Bauer.
We have had some experience in the last few weeks trying to work collaboratively, okay? I hear Ms. Latanzio, and I hear a desire to go on with C-14.
Is this
that's
debate
precisely
here's what we're going to do going forward. People are going to state what their point of order is, and then if they have further submissions, because I don't want to spend the day here listening to long submissions saying, oh, I'm going to get to a point of order eventually. I want to run this efficiently. So what is your point of order, Mr. Bauer? State that up front.
I am content to take a break if we need to suspend, and we can have a conversation with Ms. Latanzio about moving on with C-14. We need to hear from witnesses.
Motion.
I propose that we have a discussion about moving on with Bill C-14, the bail bill.
That's fine.
Okay. This is not productive.
We do
I think
C-14.
we did not get unanimous consent on Ms. Latanzio's proposal. We have not had unanimous consent on other proposals.
Point of order.
Okay, I was going to say Mr. Lawton had his hand up first, but he's pointing at you. Okay. Mr. Brock.
And I made it clear, Mr. Chair, that as the Vice Chair and as Shadow Minister for the Conservative Party of Canada, I wanted to speak on behalf of our position. But I sought clarification. You denied my ability to seek clarification. So if you continue to refuse my ability to seek clarification from Ms. Latanzio, I'm asking for a brief suspension so I can have a conversation with her to determine under what circumstances and conditions she is seeking unanimous consent. I think that is a reasonable request given what has transpired for almost 3 hours now. I share her frustration. Hopefully she shares our frustrations as well. But in the spirit of the season and in the spirit of collaboration, which this Justice Committee has always earned a solid reputation for on difficult issues. We are very passionate about our positions, but in the end, we always strive to work collaboratively. I'm asking for this indulgence so I can seek some further clarification.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Lawton has made it quite clear that there will be no collaboration.
Point of order.
I am trying to move over. We are trying to work diligently to C9 so we can move to C14. It is not going to happen.
I'm going to interrupt. I'm looking right down the middle of the table. If something is done on this side of the table, that side of the table, I'm going to call it out. Speaking over each other is not going to work. I think both sides have made their positions very clear. I'm not sure suspension at this point, Mr. Brock. Point of privilege. Okay, Mr. Lawton.
A comment that I did not make on the record was just misstated and misrepresented on the record by Ms. Latanzio. I said the Liberals did not have unanimous consent. That is what I said. She was seeking UC. I said you do not have it. It is very irresponsible to read into the transcript a misrepresentation of what I said. And I wanted to state my intentions clear. The Liberals do not have unanimous consent on that request, with the caveat of what Mr. Brock said, which is entirely valid, that we need to understand what exactly it is they're seeking agreement on first.
I understood it clearly, and I think everybody else did too. I will suspend for about 3 minutes. Bonus, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just want to confirm that I'm sitting in as a member of the committee for MP Brock for the duration of my remarks. That's correct? Okay.
As long as he continues to sit back there, yes, you are.
Thank you. So I'm
talk
actually,
as long as you want, please.
Pardon? Sorry, I get. I'm really glad to see that Ms. Latanzio is starting to understand the importance of C-14 in her remarks. My constituents are looking to this committee to study that bill. I'm getting a lot of email about it, and they are looking for us not just to send it back to the House, but they're actually looking to hear the perspectives of other Canadians on this. But, colleagues, I want to speak today in favor of MP Brock's sub-amendments and MP Lawton's amendment that restores protection for freedom of speech and religion to C9 after the Bloc and Liberal members of the committee passed an amendment to remove the defense for good faith religious speech from it. I think it was 2 days ago now. All of us around this table know that this defense has never protected the kind of speech that people sometimes imagine that it does. It's never shielded those who deliberately promote hatred. It's never shielded those who promote violence. And it's never actually been a loophole for extremism. The reason that it's existed, as I explained in my intervention a couple of days ago, is to protect sincere expressions of belief by people who are acting in good faith, even when others strongly disagree with them. And yet, the moment that the Liberal Bloc amendment passed, we actually started to see exactly what many of us warned about. My honourable colleague from Niagara West just spoke about unintended consequences, and I'd actually like to provide an example of that, because on my own social media, in the short time since this amendment passed, a community member who does, I will acknowledge, comment frequently, wrote, "Happily it passed," and I'm quoting, "happily it passed, and people like Charlie Kirk in Canada won't be able to hide hate speech behind religious freedom." Now, every member of this committee knows that the amendment will not enable any such thing. It is not going to touch the kind of speech that this individual was talking about. But what the comment does reveal is something very important to our deliberations here. And it reveals a sentiment that I hope that this committee will find very troubling, because it is an example of just how quickly and in what manner this amendment will be weaponized. In my remarks the last time we sat, I warned that this amendment would be interpreted by members of our communities as having significance by those who want to silence people whose views they don't approve of. And this comment, which came in such a short period of time, shows how easily people will assume that the removal of the defense gives them license to silence views that they dislike. It demonstrates how eager some Canadians are in this moment and time of tension and division to believe that the criminal code should be used not only to stop hate, but to stop conversations that they find uncomfortable. This is exactly why this defense existed in the first place. It was never about protecting bad actors, and what it was about was protecting the space for good faith disagreement in a diverse and pluralistic country. It acknowledged that Canadians hold deeply different convictions on questions of faith, ethics, and morality, and this is reflected in some of the case law. Some of these differences that we have around these topics do run directly into each other. That is the reality of pluralism. The good faith religious defense ensured that people could express their beliefs without fear that someone would accuse them of hate simply because they hold a traditional or unpopular view. So removing the defense doesn't stop hate. Hate is already prohibited. Removing the defense, though, does send a very different signal, and it suggests that the state is narrowing the space for sincere disagreement. It invites people to believe that if they find a belief offensive or outdated, it might now be criminal. And it encourages exactly the kind of misinterpretation that I saw within hours of the vote to pass that amendment, where someone confidently declared that this amendment allows us to target each other. So if the Liberals and the Bloc continue to support the removal of the good faith defense from C9 and don't support our amendments to protect freedom of speech and freedom of religion, Canadians will be able to conclude that will conclude that it is the intention of these parties to encourage the kind of misinterpretation that we are already seeing online, and that they support the weaponization of C9 against people of good faith with views that are distasteful to them. Tensions are high in our society, Chair. People are frightened by what they see online. They are exhausted by polarization and desperate to make some of the dialogue out there stop. I understand that impulse. I think every one of us in this committee does. But of all the times in our history, this is an especially irresponsible moment to remove this defense. The criminal code is literally the bluntest instrument we have. It allows the state to restrict people's freedom, fundamental freedom of movement and of liberty. It cannot and must not be used to manage discomfort. It cannot and must not be used to stifle legitimate conversations. When emotions are running this hot, Chair, Parliament needs to be especially careful. Because in moments like this, people do not draw fine distinctions between hateful expression, which is already illegal, and beliefs that they find personally objectionable. They see disagreement and they assume danger. They see traditional religious statements and they assume hostility. And now, without the defense that has long reassured faith communities, they may also assume that these sentiments are criminal. That's why the committee's amendment this week was so irresponsible, and why Mr. Brock's sub-amendment and Mr. Lawton's amendment are so important. This committee's misguided amendment did not strengthen protection for vulnerable communities. Instead, these protections are already strong. Instead, it weakened the safeguards that preserve space for peaceful disagreement, and it increased the likelihood that ordinary Canadians will misunderstand our intentions and misunderstand the law and try to use it to silence those that they disagree with. The example that I gave at the beginning of my remarks today are not an outlier. They're a preview. It is the very outcome that many of us warned about. It shows how quickly this disturbing Liberal-Bloc amendment will be deployed, not against hate, but against dissent, against neighbours, against community members. And once accusations of criminal hate speech begin to be thrown around, in some cases lightly, trust will break down even further. People will retreat further into their corners. Dialogue will become harder, and the very fabric of our pluralism may begin to fray. Our responsibility as legislators is not only to protect Canadians from hate, but it is also to protect the conditions that allow Canadians to live together despite profound differences. That includes protecting the space for those who express their belief in good faith, whether we agree with them or not. The good faith religious defense was one of the mechanisms that allowed us to maintain the balance. Its removal creates uncertainty where clarity is needed. It invites misuse at a time when restraint is essential. I urge this committee to reflect carefully on what is happening in this room this week and on what we are already seeing out there on social media. When the public misunderstands a legal change within hours of its passage, that is a sign that Parliament is doing the wrong thing. The person who made this comment on my social media is not an unintelligent person. It is not an unkind person. It is simply a person who saw what this committee did and believed that circumstances had changed sufficiently to make them be able to go after people whose views they find distasteful. When people believe that the criminal code can now be used to silence views they dislike, that is a sign that we have created expectations that law cannot meet. And when those expectations encourage people to weaponize accusations of hate, that is a sign that we are moving in a dangerous direction. We must recommit ourselves to a balanced approach. We must protect Canadians from true hatred, and we must also protect the space for good faith expression, including religious expression that we find offensive or distasteful, in a country that depends on respectful disagreement to function. Removing this defense, Mr. Chair, does not advance justice. It undermines the very conditions that allow justice, pluralism, and civil dialogue to survive. This committee's unwillingness to put C9 aside, despite its obvious shortcomings, also stops this committee from dealing with the important issue of Liberal bail. As the Liberals sit here trying to restrict the freedom of Canadians, they are letting violent criminals out on bail to do more damage in our communities. Their colleague, the parliamentary secretary to the leader of the government in the House of Commons, is also sitting in the House verbally attacking my Conservative colleagues, and I quote, to relax our stubbornness on not moving swiftly to pass C-14. I think he must have meant the Liberals, Chair, because the people who have been following these proceedings and the proceedings of the House at home can see, we can't get this committee to move to study C-14. I implore this committee to move on, to do the work that is necessary to make all Canadians safe, and accordingly, I move again, in light of the remarks that I've just made, and in light of the remarks of the parliamentary secretary to the leader of the government in the House of Commons, made in the House of Commons within the last 90 minutes, that this committee now proceed to the consideration and study of Bill C-14, the Bail and Sentencing Reform Act. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Cornwell. Thank you. To clarify, are you seeking unanimous consent? Is that what you're doing?
Yes. Pardon?
Moving.
Yes, I'm actually making a motion, as I believe I'm entitled to do, and it's a dilatory motion, and I believe it must be put to a vote.
You're allowed to bring the motion. We've seen a bit of both throughout this morning. I just wanted to make sure which one we were on.
Yeah, no, I'm bringing a motion, and I'd like a recorded vote, Mr. Chair.
Okay, well, I'm ruling the motion. We've already decided that motion several times today, so we'll move on. Who has this floor next? Mr. Mantle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm free to proceed. And I believe to confirm I'm subbed in for
Mr.
Gill.
Correct.
Is that correct? Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak on this issue. In particular, to speak on Mr. Brock's sub-amendment to Mr. Lawton's amendment, which are critical to bringing back religious freedom and the freedom to express your sincerely held religious beliefs, to read from sacred texts, whether that be the Bible, the Torah, or any other texts, which my colleagues in the Liberal Party seem to believe are hateful. And we know they believe that because one of the ministers...
Yeah, Mr. Housefather has a point of order.
I'm so sorry, but to make the claim that we believe that a religious text is hateful goes beyond debate. I would ask that would be withdrawn. That is very unfair.
I'm inclined to agree with Mr. Housefather Mantle. We're all entitled to express our views on the pros and cons of the sub-amendment or the amendment or the bill itself, but suggesting that anybody in here and challenging their faith in that way, with all due respect, sir, is completely over the line. I would ask that you refrain from doing that going forward.
On the same point of order?
Mr. Lawton.
Just on the same point of order, a quote from former Justice Committee Chair Mark Miller, October 31st. There is, quote, clear hatred, unquote, in books of the Bible and Torah.
This is debate.
No, I'm affirming that what he said is entirely valid.
This is debate, Mr. Lawton. Thank you very much.
Your predecessor literally said holy books are hateful.
Mr. Mantle, please continue. Mr. Lawton, you're done. Mr. Mantle, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I take your comment seriously, and I don't mean to suggest certain members or all members have that view, but I will read into the record the views of one member of the Liberal government who made these comments on the record, so I don't believe that could be impugned in any way. I mean, these are his words. They're not mine. Is that permitted, Mr. Chair? May I read his words into the record, Mr. Mark Miller's?
I don't know which member you're talking about,
Mark
which words those are, so let's deal with it as it comes.
Okay, then I will read Mr. Mark Miller's words into the record, and if you think that that's inappropriate, you can tell me at that time. But he said in committee on October 30th, quote, "Clearly there are situations in these texts where these statements are hateful." And further, Mr. Miller said, quote, "They should not be used to invoke or be a defense." And he said, quote, that prosecutors should have the ability to press charges. So my view on that is that that's Mr. Mark Miller's opinion, that these texts that I just referenced clearly are hateful, and I think that's fair to say that. Those are his words, not mine, Mr. Chair. And that goes to the point of why Mr. Mr. Brock's sub-amendment to Mr. Lawton's amendment is important to be passed by this committee, because we have a Liberal minister who made these comments, and in fact, he was promoted after those comments were made. So I'm not sure what signal Canadians should take from that, from the Prime Minister's decision and his judgment to move someone who holds those views into a position of authority in the government. And not just any position, but Minister of Culture and Heritage. I think our religious beliefs and faith and our ability to express them are critical and
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt you, Mr. Mantle. The room's getting a little loud. Mr. Mantle has the floor. I think we need to show him some respect on both sides, please, and at the back. I know there's food in the room, but please keep your voices down, or preferably just don't talk at all.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for that reminder, and it's well noted. Just to move back a step to what I was saying, I was commenting that I was asking a rhetorical question of what type of signal it sends to Canadians when the Prime Minister, in his judgment, decides to promote a minister who holds that view and who has said it publicly. In my view, that calls into question the Prime Minister's judgment. That calls into question his commitment to the free expression and the free religion, that the ability to express our religious views that should be protected by the government. Recalling, of course, that the Charter is meant to protect Canadians from the overreach of government. That's part of its purpose, to curtail the ability of government to circumscribe Canadians' fundamental freedoms. And I'll remind members that freedom of conscience and religion is in a section of the Charter that refers to them not only as freedoms, but fundamental freedoms. And there has not been, in my view, enough scholarship and discussion on that, because when we interpret a constitutional text or a legal text, we have to give effect to the words that are there. That's a general principle of interpretation. I'm sure my justice colleagues would agree with that maxim. And so when the Charter says that these are fundamental freedoms, I think we have to ask ourselves why that is and what the drafters of that section meant to convey to Canadians about these freedoms. I want to talk about three things, Mr. Chair, in my remarks. First, I want to talk about a laudable goal, but I also want to talk about a faulty premise that the Liberals have about a laudable goal, and then finally, misplaced priorities. So a laudable goal, a faulty premise, unfortunately, and misplaced priorities. The laudable goal, of course, is combating hate and acts that promote hate or propagate it or normalize it. And I think I share the goal that Liberal members do and Conservative members do and Bloc members do, that we want to have a society that does not promote that, tolerate that, accept that. And that is a laudable goal. But unfortunately, that laudable goal will not be achieved by Bill C-9. And that's the faulty premise, Mr. Chair. The faulty premise is that the government, the Liberals, with their co-conspirators, the Bloc, believe that taking away people's religious freedoms will somehow stop the promotion of hate in Canada. Now, just on its face, on a common sense prima facie basis, that doesn't follow. But it's worse than that, because not only will this not achieve the goal that they have set out for themselves, but in fact we are seeing that it might actually be weaponized against those who hold a different view than those who are in power. And I think that was on display with Mr. Miller's comment. That it wasn't for Mr. Miller, it wasn't about, or might not have been about, I won't impugn his intention, I'll just read his words, but it might not have been about defense, but rather using it as a sword. And oftentimes in legal discussion, we talk about whether laws can be used as a sword or a shield. And this defense was, of course, meant to be a shield to an allegation of hate speech. But in fact, we're seeing it potentially be used as a sword. So that undermines this laudable goal and leads me to believe that this Bill C-9 was brought forward on a very faulty premise. It's also a faulty premise, Mr. Chair, because we know that many of the things that members have complained about or that members of our community have raised with us are real. I, for the last 8 years, just over 8 years, worked right downtown. My office was at Bay and King, Mr. Chair. And after October 7th, I played witness to marches right down the center of Toronto that I have never witnessed in my life. And, there are often protests downtown, and, frankly, none of us who used to work in ivory towers paid much attention to them. But this was different. Many times I and colleagues of mine out of the BMO Tower, First Canadian Place, went down to the street to see what this was about. And frankly, Mr. Chair, I was horrified to see what members of those protests, if you want to call them that, were saying, what clearly their views were based on what they were yelling, what they were arguing with people on the street. I'm not a prosecutor. It's not my area of practice, so I leave that, whether it rose to the criminal code definition of hate speech. But as a layperson, it certainly seemed pretty hateful to me. And then I saw, over the next months, that progress to not only marching in downtown Toronto, but marching into northern Toronto, up Bathurst Street, into Jewish neighborhoods. Now, again, I'm not an expert on protests, but you have to ask yourself, why do people want to go and protest in an area of our city that is heavily populated by one community, and one community only? So it doesn't take an expert to know that that section of the city was picked because of the members of the Jewish community that live there. And so I, again, as a layperson, I think that's pretty hateful. But this goes to my faulty premise, Mr. Chair, because those actions of those people in those protests are may have been already criminal. And I'll just mention a few of the provisions of the code that I think may have been at issue. Of course, leave it to the Crown and the police to make the ultimate determination. For example, in the code, Section 63 for unlawful assembly, Section 175, causing a disturbance, Section 176, obstructing or disturbing religious worship or meetings, Section 264, criminal harassment, Section 264.1, uttering threats. Certainly heard threats at those marches. Sections 298 to 317, defamatory libel. Section 423, intimidation. And Section 430, mischief. Now, there may be other sections, Mr. Chair. That's just what I was able to glean in reading through the criminal code. And I would submit to members of the committee and to those who support Bill C-9 that what they are trying to achieve is already achievable in the criminal code. So the question then is, well, why are the police and the Crown prosecutors not going forward with this? And I think there's at least one reason that comes to mind, and I would suggest that it's a lack of political support and political will. And that's both at the municipal level of government with the City of Toronto and also at the federal level of government with the Liberal government. And I don't think it's unreasonable for police and prosecutors to want to have their political leaders stand up for them if they are going to enforce these provisions of the criminal code. But they don't. They don't, because they going back to Mr. Miller's comments, they hear comments from the government and from senior ministers about how they should understand what's happening in Toronto and other places across the country. And they don't see support for them to enforce these laws. So while I would encourage and in fact demand that the police enforce these laws that exist to protect our religious liberties and those of our Jewish community in this particular example, but of course to do that for all religious communities in this country. And I think all parliamentarians should expect the police to do that. But I understand why they may hesitate, because they do not have the support of the government. They do not have the support of the Prime Minister. They do not have the support of the Justice Minister. And they certainly don't have the support of the new Minister of Culture and Heritage. So, Mr. Chair, laudable goal, faulty premise to achieving it, unfortunately. The last thing I wanted to talk about in my submissions, Mr. Chair, was misplaced priorities. And that has been on full display here at the committee. Now, we have all heard the stories of violent offenders out on bail or being released on bail who then commit more violent offenses. And they've been across Canada. And I think, for example, one example, poignant, the case of Bailey McCourt. And as we've learned, the accused in that case, Mr. Plover, James Plover, was supposed to have gone through a consideration of various factors prior to being released. And of course, in that story, we know that Mr. Plover was released and committed a horrible murder of his former wife, I believe, his estranged wife, I should say. And that has shooken Canadians. And rightly so, it has shooken Canadians, because Mr. Plover should never have been released. And I have a report on that. And Mr. Chair, maybe I could, I think this is important, especially for perhaps Mr. Chang, who this is part of in his province of British Columbia. I wonder if I could just have unanimous consent to table this report here with the committee as evidence, especially for Mr. Chang and other members of from British Columbia. Would I have unanimous consent for that?
Can you do that? Do we have unanimous consent? No, we don't have unanimous consent.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, just to clarify, there's no unanimous consent?
There is no unanimous consent.
Yeah, I mean,
Point of order.
Yes, Mr. Locke.
Just with respect to my colleague, I know when we were suspended earlier, there were some discussions amongst parties, and Conservatives have always been willing to try to find a way forward on this. I just wanted to ask, given that the Minister of Justice is in Ottawa today, that the committee invite him to appear immediately in relation to Bill C-14.
Not a point of order.
I'm seeking unanimous consent, Chair, for the Minister to appear immediately on C-14.
I've heard a no. Okay.
Well, they haven't heard what I'm asking unanimous consent for. They don't know that they're against it yet, unless they're against all requests to cooperate across party lines.
I understood what you were asking for, and I heard a no. So we're going back to Mr. Mantle.
But I hadn't finished the request. But the Liberals don't want the Minister to be able to testify?
There wasn't a point of order anyway.
That's strange.
Mr. Mantle, continue, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to recap my understanding of my request, so there's no unanimous consent to table information
Correct.
about the case of Bailey McCourt.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's unfortunate. I don't know why members of the Liberal Party would not want more information about a very serious case, but Canadians can make their own judgments on what that says about the priorities of the Liberal members of the Justice Committee and what they want to talk about. I mean, they can say it's nonsense, they can heckle nonsense, but I leave it to Canadians to decide for themselves what they think those priorities are.
I'm sure there's a lot of Canadians asking those questions today, Mr. Mantle. So I just, rather than, ascribing motives and things to other people, let's stick to the core discussion here.
Mr. Chair, I completely agree with you, and on the record, I did not suggest their motives. I said others, the public can make their own determinations on that. But going back to my discussion of misplaced priorities, Mr. Chair, they are misplaced. the members of this committee, I think, and I will make a statement here, I think the members of the Liberal Party on this committee have misplaced priorities by not wanting to discuss issues of bail and sentencing reform. We have asked numerous times to go to consideration of Bill C-14, the Bail and Sentencing Reform Act, which the government says is an important piece of their criminal justice agenda. But I have to wonder if it really is when they refuse to move to consider it. And it's not like they're suggesting there's something more important that should be considered. They're suggesting instead we should be arguing about the circumscription of religious expression and freedom in this country. And so, to me, that's very clearly a misplaced priority on the part of the government. To not want to talk about bail and sentencing reform, not want to talk about how we fix a broken system, which has been broken, frankly, by the actions of the Liberal government.
Sorry, Mr. Mantle, we have a point of order. Mr. Housefather.
Relevance to the amendment that is on the table, Mr. Chair?
You don't
I've given 11 minutes of leeway
You're not going to have
before
the back
you...
and forth across the table, please, gentlemen. You made your point of order. Mr. Mantle, if you can explain how this is relevant to the sub-amendment.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. I think I laid out quite clearly how I think this is relevant to this discussion. There's a laudable goal in C9, which was undermined by the Liberals' decision to remove religious defense, which then Mr. Lawton sought to amend to add in clarification on that, and then Mr. Brock's amendment sought to further clarify and expand the scope of that, and that's the laudable goal. The faulty premise, of course, of C9, and then their misplaced priorities and not wanting to deal with Mr. Lawton's amendment and Mr. Brock's sub-amendment. So I would suggest that's directly relevant. If
right, carry on,
you can certainly, I mean, we can get to a vote after members have had their ability to express their opinions on that. You know, I mean, they can laugh all they want, and if their laugh is suggesting that this is not, that religious freedoms are not an important
Nobody's
discussion.
laughing at that, Mr. Mantle. Look, I mean, look, there's procedural shenanigans going on around the table. We all know that, and anybody watching knows that. Telling people that they're laughing over some substantive issue is not accurate. Just carry on, please.
Like, you can't make substantive opinion-oriented comments.
Carry on, Mr. Mantle.
I am.
Do I?
And I can't.
I still have the floor, Mr. Chair,
You're
so
the
I'll
referee.
continue. You know, I respect you as chair, and I'm still new in this place and learning, you know, the role of the chair, so I accept that. But I would suggest that it's not the chair's role to police the content of speech in the committee. Obviously, relevance is important. I've explained how I think it's relevant. You know, if you disagree, you're free to do that as the chair and use what power you have. But I suggest it's relevant, and I'm going to continue on my points. Going back to my third point of my remarks today, Mr. Chair, which is misplaced priorities. I am suggesting that the Liberal government has misplaced priorities by not wanting to talk about bail and sentencing reform, which they have said is an important issue, frankly, only because we have been raising it and Canadians have been raising it in response to these outrageous acts of violent offenders being let out on bail and committing horrendous violence again. And instead of wanting to talk about that, we are stuck on the Liberals' Bill C-9 attempt to curtail and suppress religious expression, sincerely held religious beliefs, including those from religious texts. And I think that's a serious misplacing of priorities. So, Mr. Chair, in summary, I think that Bill C-9 had a laudable goal. Unfortunately, it was brought forward on a faulty premise. And in fact, it will not achieve the goal that the government says they hope to achieve. And instead, that they are moving to misplace their priorities by talking about this issue rather than bail and sentencing reform. And so, Mr. Chair, given that misplaced priority, I would like to move the following motion. Given that the Minister of Justice is in Ottawa today, the committee invite him to appear immediately in relation to Bill C-14 with respect to bail and sentencing, followed immediately by a clause-by-clause consideration of Bill C-14, followed by a clause-by-clause consideration of Bill C-9. And if they are serious about what they say, the Liberal members will support that and bring the minister here today.
All right. Yeah, the motion's out of order, Mr. Mantle. Mr. Brock, yeah.
Asking for unanimous consent for the following. Given that the Minister of Justice is in Ottawa today, the committee invite him to appear immediately in relation to Bill C-14
you cannot do this on a point of
with
order,
respect
Mr.
to
Brock.
bail and sentencing, followed immediately by clause consideration
Mr.
of
Brock,
C-14.
we can talk over each other, or you
followed
can
by
respect the
clause
chair
on Bill
and respect
C-9.
the interpreters.
Point of order,
we
Mr.
can do
Chair.
this all day long.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
I'm addressing Mr. Brock's point of order. Mr. Mantle, just be patient. That's inappropriate at this time, Mr.
Okay, I'll
Brock.
be raising it again when I'm recognized.
You're right.
When is that, Clerk?
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
I'm going to suspend for a few minutes. Not
This
because
is
of what's
just directly on my.
I've had a request that we suspend
I want
for
to know,
personal reasons, Mr. Mantle. The floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe when we suspended, I had moved a motion to request that the Justice Minister appear before committee to do clause-by-clause consideration.
We've already moved on from that.
I would like. I realize you ruled on that, Mr. Chair. What I would like is the reasons for that ruling.
There is no reasons, Mr. Mantle. I made up my mind based on information I had before me.
Thank you. I assume it's arbitrary then.
No, it's well thought out, in fact, Mr. Mantle. But if you want to question my judgment again, feel free to do so. It'll be the last time you speak.
I can't question it without the reasons. Feel free to put them on the record.
All right, Mr.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. Some housekeeping matters to address first. I had asked you some questions earlier today, and I found out that there was an email that was shared with our leadership that would seem to indicate resources are now available on today's date until midnight. I would like clarification of that, sir, if you have that information to confirm or deny. Secondly, several colleagues have approached me with issues regarding travel, specifically in relation to whether we are sitting tomorrow. Decisions need to be made, flights need to be booked. So I don't know if you've got an update for us, Chair, with respect to sitting tomorrow. Again, the Conservatives are prepared to do that if resources are available to us. So if you could address that at some point sooner than later, Chair, that would be appreciated. And now that I officially have the floor, perhaps maybe I'll give you the opportunity of addressing that before I move on.
I was going to say I thought that was official. I haven't seen the email you're referring to. As I explained to you earlier today, I've put in a request for additional resources in the future. I have no further information than I did for you earlier today.
Which future? The distant future, the near-term future?
And as far as travel plans go, I mean, the nature of our job, I probably change my flights 3 times every week. So I will give you the information as soon as we have it, Mr. Brock.
My only concern is, given that the House is expected to rise shortly after QP, there's going to be a number of members utilizing the Ottawa International Airport. Many of us may not be able to book a flight. So the sooner that we know, the better that we can make appropriate arrangements.
Again, it seems you have better information than I do. The
Maybe
House is rising.
Maybe I do.
That's the best thing I've heard you say all day. So.
Maybe I do. No. Well, I've got a lot left in the tank. Believe me, I've got hours and hours left in the tank. So I appreciate that. So given that I officially have the floor, I am now moving a motion that given that the Minister of Justice is in Ottawa today, the committee invite him to appear immediately in relation to Bill C-14 with respect to bail and sentencing, followed immediately by clause consideration of C14, followed by clause on Bill C9. Recorded vote, please.
The motion is not receivable, Mr. Brock, because we're still in the middle of the discussion on the sub-amendment. So if you have submissions on the sub-amendment, you have the floor.
On what authority are you relying upon, Chair?
Yeah, we're dealing with a sub-amendment, which is a motion in itself. It's one motion at a time. It's not receivable at this time.
All right.
Let's seek unanimous consent to the same.
Can I seek unanimous consent at this point for all the reasons I have read out?
You can try.
Okay? And I guess
And we do not have unanimous
Secretary, sorry, the parliamentary
Mr. Brock,
secretary
these
for
are not
Justice
recorded
has said
votes.
no.
You do not. It's not appropriate to identify people who are speaking when the mic is not on.
Well,
you do
this
not
is
have unanimous
televised.
consent, which I've made very clear.
Thank you.
So if you have
Yeah,
submissions on the sub-amendment, the
I
floor is
have
yours.
I have some more.
Thank you, Mr. Brock.
Some more submissions to make. Just received notice of a woman from Quebec in Longueuil who was out on bail, arrested again after a black child, aged 10, was scalded with boiling water. Given the significance of this case, given the significance of the Bail and Sentencing Reform Act that is Bill C-14, I'd like to table this article with the committee at this time.
Do we have unanimous consent to table the article?
Mr. Chair, what is the source of this article?
From the Gazette.
Dated when?
Dated.
Is it translated, Mr. Brock, just out of curiosity?
It is not translated. It is only in English.
Okay, so we'd need unanimous consent then to waive the.
Mr. Chair, how is that relevant to the sub-amendment?
Well, it's not translated anyway, so I think we're not
You can't?
going to get
Okay.
anywhere, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have no unanimous
We do
consent?
not have unanimous consent because the article, if for no other reason, because the article is only in one official language.
Thank you. Prepared to cede my time at this time.
Thank you. Which takes us to Mr. Gill. Good question. Wait, which Gill? No, I think it was Mr. Gill, who's not here anymore. So it's Mr. Okay, it's our regular Mr. Gill, who's a regular member of this committee. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'm grateful to be able to once again speak on Bill C-9, the Combating Hate Act, and specifically to Mr. Brock's sub-amendment. It is an excellent sub-amendment. I believe I can state without controversy that all members of this committee want to take action to combat this rise in hate crimes. We all want to help make our communities a safer place for residents to live, work, and raise a family. We all want to give our law enforcement officials and prosecutors the tools they need to keep Canadians safe. And this is important, Mr. Chair. Soft on crime Liberal policies have created chaos in communities across Canada. Since 2015, police reported hate crimes in Canada have increased by 258%. Extortions are up 330%. Anti-Semitic hate crimes alone are up 416%. Hate crimes against South Asians have risen by almost 380%. In 2014 alone, Canada saw almost 5,000 police reported hate crimes, the highest number on record in Toronto. In Toronto alone, hate crimes occurrence jumped by 19% in a single year, with assault-related hate crimes rising by 42%. Addressing the issue of crime is incredibly important to my community of Brampton West, and it is my duty as a parliamentarian to try and find solutions to make my community safer. However, instead of taking action on our shared objectives and finding solutions to addressing this explosion of hate crimes in our communities, we are stuck debating the Liberal-Bloc backroom deal, which directly assaults freedom of expression and religious freedom. I want to draw the attention to members of two recent news stories talking about hate crimes in my community. The first is from October 16, where men where a man assaulted a victim with replica firearm after hurling racial slurs in Chinguacousy Park. The second is from November 15th, where a 22-year-old man was charged after he struck a pedestrian with his car after yelling racially charged comments. Both of these reported hate crimes have been committed since the start of this committee's study on Bill C-9. This is what I mean when I say that this is an incredibly important issue in my community, and why I am so upset that we are wasting our time on the Liberal-Bloc plan to strip Canadians of their charter rights. For a party which brags about being the party of Canadians' Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the Liberals clearly have not read the document. The very first fundamental freedom laid out in our charter under Section 2A is freedom of conscience and religion, followed by freedom of thoughts, beliefs, opinion, and expression in Section 2B. Those fundamental rights are what Mr. Brock seeks to further enshrine through his sub-amendment. Section 319, subsection 3B and 319, 3.1b of the Criminal Code exists to protect those fundamental freedoms in the Charter. These committee heard just that from Derek Ross of the Christian Legal Fellowship on October 30th. When questioned by the Bloc about repealing those two sections, Mr. Ross stated that these sections have been pivotal in demonstrating to the courts that the legislation does strike the right balance and does not intrude too far on citizens' right to freedom of opinion and expression. He went on to add that if the good faith defense or the other defense for truth as examples were removed, we would be concerned that could undermine the constitutionality of this regime and the careful balance that has been struck. To back up their attempt to undermine Canadians' constitutional right, the Liberals and Bloc rely on extreme or made-up scenarios as to how the good faith defense could be abused. The only issue with that argument is that there is no evidence to back it up. In the 2023 case in Quebec, which the Bloc cites, there were never charges brought, and even if there were, advocation of genocides of Jews is most certainly not good faith. Our courts have been consistently interpreting sections 319(3) and 3.1b very narrowly. Mr. Ross spoke to that effect, stating the example the Bloc often cites would be both a misuse of both the defense and, frankly, of religion. Our courts are aware of that fact, as well as, Mr. Chair, the committee heard from the Canadian Constitution Foundation on November 6th. These sections have never been successfully invoked, and that their existence are central to the court's conclusion that the current law is constitutional as it is. Mr. Ross told us that the courts have been very clear that this defense cannot be used to cloak hateful expression with impunity. The language they use is as a Trojan horse to carry the intended message of hate. Mr. Chair, removing provisions of the criminal code which are central to our court's interpretation of our laws and Constitution, I would use another metaphor from Greek mythology and say that this will be like opening a Pandora's box. We have no idea what kind of horrors could be released on our communities if the Liberal-Bloc proposal is passed. Our system of good faith protection is working, Mr. Chair. We heard that from witnesses after witnesses in this study. What we also heard from witnesses at this study is that there After 10 years of liberal soft on crime policies, there are so many things in our criminal justice system which are not working and need to be fixed. We could be talking about bail reform. We on the side of the committee have tried numerous times to get started on our
Chair, I have a point
study
of order.
of Bill C-14.
Ms. Latanzio?
Yeah, once again, I would invoke the point of relevance in terms of C-14. We're on C-9, and I have tried since this morning to outline that the Conservatives are obstructing the study and the final study of clause by clause on C-9. And because of that, we are not able to move over to C-9, finishing C-9, nor are we even able to begin the study of C-14. So, Mr. Chair, I think it's a bit rich that we start invoking the fact that we don't want to study C-14. The Conservatives have been clear ever since Tuesday that they do not want to study C-14. It's obvious.
Thank you.
So that is why I brought forward those motions seeking unanimous consent, Mr. Chair, to bring this to the chair, to the House, Mr. Chair.
I understand your point. Thank you. Mr. Gill, I've been very, very generous in terms of how broad people can go with their comments, and although some may not agree with that assessment, I think I'm being accurate when I say that. But if you could try to keep the focus on the amendment and the bill we're dealing with, I would appreciate it.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Gill.
Quite a long time I was reading about hate crimes and how they are impacting our communities and society. At the same time, violent repeat offenders are on the bail and C-14. I'm just going to get to the relevance before anybody, and this is their right to make point of orders, and I don't complain about that, but if they will allow me, they will see that how I'm coming to my points. And whatever I'm going to talk is very important. Important for us as a lawmakers and important for Canadians, Mr. Chair.
I understand, Mr. Gill. I'm happy to give people lots of latitude. It's just
thank you.
Try to keep it close. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. So I would again say thanks to Bill C-5 and C-75 by Liberal government, our bail, system of bail is broken in Canada. Violent
Chair,
and repeat offenders are back out on the
Mr. Gill, I
streets.
apologize. We have another point of order. Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Chair, once again, we're talking about bail reform, and there's no relevance with regards to the Second Amendment put on the table. If my member opposite wants to deal with C-14, obviously we're not going to be able to get to C-14 as long as they keep on obstructing the finalization of C-9. And if that's the case, Mr. Chair, that's why I've moved this morning that we seek unanimous consent, because we're never going to be able to get to C-14 in this committee, that we send C-14 for third reading in the House.
Thank you. Mr. Gill, if you could bring it back to the bill at hand. I understand people's desires around this table. It's been made very clear time and time again, frankly. But if we could redirect the focus very, very quickly, we can avoid further points of order. Thank you.
I think it's entirely within the member's right to discuss the direction and the priorities of this committee. And I appreciate...
That's not a point of order. That's a point of debate, Mr. Barber. Thank you very much. Mr. Gill.
This is debate against Mr.
Well,
Tanzer's
Mr.
point of
Barber,
order.
it's a
Thank
point.
you.
You're getting into debate, which we're not going to do. Mr. Gill, you have the floor.
Okay. I understand, Mr. Chair, your point of view, and as Mr. Barber said, I am coming, but I just did not even finish a line, and the next point of order came in. So they will see the relevance when I will going to my next paragraph as well. So my focus is also to have safe communities, and I do not want to see any sort of crime, whether it's a hate crime or violent repeat offenders, whether it's C-9 or C-14, any kind of criminals should be out of the street. They should be where they belong, which is, I always say, I want to see them in jail, not bail. So I will say violent and repeat offenders and hate crime offenders are out on the streets hours after being arrested for crimes. This is a major issue in my community. This committee heard directly from the mayor of Brampton, Patrick Brown, as part of this study. I want to quote from his testimony to highlight the urgency of this issue to my constituents. Mayor Brown first told committee members about Darian Henderson Bellman, who lost her life to 5 shots from her former intimate partner. This individual was released on bail 5 times. It was a preventable tragedy. A violent repeat offenders.
Point of order. Mr. Chair, relevance.
Mr. Chang,
Relevance.
relevance. Mr. Gill, you did promise that she would get back to it in your next paragraph.
Okay.
If you want to cede the floor to Mr. Barber rather than take instructions from him, that's okay, too.
Okay.
All right.
One thing I would like to say, Mr. Chair, we need to get acting on a bail reform as well, but Minister Fraser was quoted yesterday saying that he will personally, over the next number of weeks, going to be engaging as well as to make sure that we Gully first understand the nature of the concerns being addressed. If the minister is going to be talking the next few weeks to consult further on the mistake he has made with his deal with the Bloc, we too at this committee should not rush to finish the clause-by-clause review of Bill C-9. We too should take a few weeks to reflect on those proposed amendments and instead devote our time to more pressing matters such as Bill C-14. And I would like to bring the motion at the end, Mr. Chair. Given that the Minister of Justice is in Ottawa today, the committee invites him to appear immediately in relation to Bill C-14 with respect to bail and sentencing, followed immediately by clause consideration of C-14, followed by clause on Bill C-9.
Sorry, there's a lot of conversations going on in the room, Mr. Gill. Can you repeat what you just said?
So at the end, I said I would like to bring a motion. Given that the Minister of Justice is in Ottawa today, the committee invites him to appear immediately in relation to Bill C-14 with respect to bail and sentencing, followed immediately by clause consideration of C-14, followed by clause on Bill C-9.
Mr. Gill, the motion, you can't bring that motion at this time. If you're seeking unanimous consent, we can proceed that way, but we've done that.
Can I ask for unanimous consent?
You can ask, yes.
So,
do we have unanimous consent? No. Yes. Okay, thank you. Okay, are you finished, Mr. Gill?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you very much. Have Ms. Wagenthal.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I'm very pleased to be here today, not just to speak, but to first hear from other colleagues. And
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I'm sitting right
next to
Ms.
Look,
and I cannot hear her.
I haven't
I
come
did,
myself.
however, hear
If
some
people
really
in the room,
unfortunate
please,
comments
in the back, on the sides, all around, when somebody is speaking,
excuse me, could you go somewhere else?
when somebody is speaking, please show some respect so that people can hear them. Mr. Mantle, I've got this under control. Thank you. I don't need help. I still don't need your help. Thank you. Mr. Mantle, again, we can have this banter back and forth, and Mr. Janice is now joining in on the fun. I've made my request. It's pretty clear. Ms. Wagenthal, you have the floor.
thank you. It's Wagenthal. No worries.
I should know that by now.
My
My
own
apologies.
leader has a problem with that once in a while. I think I'm going to take a bit of a different approach to this. I think it's really important that as we're speaking here, people understand who we are and where we come from and what our values are. It basically impacts how each of us performs in this place and who we represent. So first and foremost, I'm a Christian. I love my faith. I depend on my faith. I teach my faith to my children. And my husband and I are of one accord on that faith. And we have an incredible privilege in this country that makes it so attractive to so many different people, even now, as it did back when my grandparents came to Canada under duress from where they had to leave, to be able to come here and know that you have opportunity to be yourself and to have the right to express yourself and to discuss and debate and talk in the public square about your faith. This is something that every person that comes to Canada has the opportunity to do, and it's been abused extensively over this last decade. And I had the opportunity to go to India with my husband. Yes, I need to go again. We need to go everywhere in the world at least 3 or 4 times, which we don't have a lifetime to do. But we went to the Lotus Temple and where Mr. Gandhi was buried. And, you know, inside every book at that time of faith is displayed. And the idea is, with that, of course, is that every religion has its opportunity and its right to exist. Now, our Bible was sitting there, and you could go and look at them. But honestly, my husband, who is a pastor, looked, and it couldn't have been open to a more ambiguous portion of what this book represents than what was on that page. So my husband, being who he is, said to the individual overseeing, protecting, could I please change what page our scripture is showing? And of course, he wasn't able to do that. But the point being, for someone who is a politician to stand up in this place as a leader of a committee and declare that a portion, a segment of this holy book is hateful and means that whoever reads it out loud or shares about it should go to prison is unacceptable. And it is unacceptable. It is unacceptable to everyone in this place, and I'll tell you why. In the House of Commons, standing in my place and speaking, I was asked a question, but it wasn't a question, and it came from a Bloc member who said to me, you have no right to bring your faith into this place. No, I'm just repeating what I was told. So my response simply was, we all have faith. You have faith, or that individual, Mr. Speaker, has faith. It's just a question of where you put your faith. And so we are treading on various dangerous ground as a government by going this direction. And I think the government has been made aware of that fact. And I can assure everyone in this room that is studying these issues, you have opened up an incredible can of worms that you do not want to deal with. That's not a threat. That's just a reality. Because there isn't a single faith in this country that hasn't risen up in arms against this, because it is inappropriate for our government to be once again trying to control the lives of Canadians. It came to family decisions about parental rights. This government has challenged that. Confiscating law-abiding owners' firearms. Freezing Canadians' finances. And now attacking our faith is inappropriate. And I have had many people come to me who came here years ago under duress, seeking freedom and the opportunity to worship God. And this generation of the hundreds of thousands of immigrants that have ended up in Canada are saying to us, this is not what we expected. We want to leave. We want to go somewhere else. This is no different than where I came from. That is a huge statement against our country. So it needs to be dealt with. And the very fact that this is before the House, or before this committee now, I think in ways that it wasn't expected that C9 would be dealt with, says that this has got to be removed. And you've heard that from people all over this nation, people with authority within faith, everyday Canadians, people from all different kinds of civil liberties groups, because what this government has done is opened up for a second time the hearts and minds of Canadians and those who are calling this place home to say, not on my watch. It happened before, and during that time, I was also subject to this government's overreach, where I was not allowed to exercise my responsibilities as a member of Parliament because the government was telling me what I could and could not do. Unacceptable. And as a result, there was a swelling across this whole nation that grew all the way to this capital. And in that group of people, that huge group of people, you know what? Every people group was represented. It was not what the Prime Minister of the time and others have said was representative of our nation. And it was abusive, and it did not reflect the incredible pride of every group of people represented, from Indigenous to Indian to European, you name it. Every faith was represented in that. And here we are again today in a situation where Canadians are coming together to say no, and that this bill in its entirety needs to be scrapped, let alone what's come forward since in the amendment that was brought forward that basically attacks our faith. This began, I've been here for a decade. It began in my first year here with the shutting down of the Office of Religious Freedom. That's what this government did. They brought in M103 to divide. We tried to amend it to include every faith in this country. They denied it. They did not support it. And our personal autonomy has been basically abused. So this is moral injury. This is moral injury. And I think what the government doesn't understand, in the same way as with Veterans Affairs, where I've served for a decade, I'm the old matron on the team. It's changed makeup every time there's been an election, many different leaders on both sides of the floor. But having been there and hearing stories over and over again about moral injury, what our veterans have experienced has caused them to become dismayed, despondent, discouraged, and as we just finished a study, many of them seeking suicide because they cannot cope anymore, at the same time as being encouraged to do it in another way. But what we have learned at that committee, which I find just astounding, is from 3 different organizations, one of them Mr. Romeo Delaire's, that we cannot solve these kinds of problems when they're moral injuries with just treating the body with pharmaceuticals and the mind, because we have this third part that's actually the pinnacle of the triangle, and that is your soul. And until we deal with the reality of the soul, you can never fully heal. And what this bill is doing is trying to disrupt Canadians' health like they have done in so many other ways constantly. My riding has been so engaged on every level since I became a member of Parliament. They get exhausted in trying to respond to this government. And here they are again, rising to the surface and saying, this is wrong, this is inappropriate, this cannot happen. And as a result of this divisiveness that's happening truly in our nation, the level of hate is real. It's been encouraged. I'm sorry, it's been encouraged. And divisiveness is causing that. So the reality, and I'll just quote one thing here. People of faith and faith leaders have been writing to the Prime Minister, and they are expressing their deep concern about the removal of religious freedom exemptions from the criminal code. You know why? Because they also know It will not make Canadians safer, and certainly not protect any people of any faith from hate. It's spin when you say we're trying to protect people of faith from hate, when you turn around and are creating the hate. So this has to end. And we know, witnesses have told you at this committee that the religious text defense is narrow and does not offer blanket immunity as the Liberals are trying to suggest. As they're saying, trying to veto or shut down faith texts is not going to bring safety to Canadians. The good faith religious defense protects minorities and those with sincere held religious beliefs. The separation of church and state is being used inappropriately because Thomas Jefferson in 1802 wrote one letter to a Baptist group who were concerned about the freedoms that they had, and he said, you do not need to worry, because separation of church and state, as he was referring to, meant not protection of the state from the church, but the church protection from the state. And that is the circumstances that we are finding ourselves in today. First of all, with the shutdown of the Office of Religious Freedom, trying to pit one faith group against another, removing charities. All of these things are things that Canadians are seeing, and they are not foolish, they are not fooled, and they know that this is inappropriate. Religious communities, including Jews, Christians, Muslims, Sikhs, Hindus, and Buddhists, hold a vast range of beliefs on religion, on morality, on sexuality, politics, and culture. I go by my faith in the Word of God, but it is not government's job to dictate what people believe. It is actually something called free will that every person has to make those decisions on their own, and it is not the government that should be controlling the free will of people. Though some may find different beliefs objectionable, I don't agree. I love to debate with people of other faiths. We should have the confidence. My husband, as a pastor, has told young people all their lives, if your faith is true and you know and understand it, you can talk with anyone else about their faith and what they believe. We are not there to threaten each other. We are there to have reasonable conversation because every person in this place, every person in the world has a soul. And that shows by the extent of faith belief across the world, including secularism. I'm sorry. That is faith. That is a religion. My religion happens to be a relationship. It's not me trying to figure out and get to God. God has come to me. That's my faith in a nutshell. So some of these beliefs we may find objectionable or old-fashioned or even hateful. A free country does not criminalize the expression of sincerely held religious doctrines. We have laws in place that this government has refused to use. With obviously then, I'm sorry, you have to ask the question, why is that? If you have an opportunity to deal with hate, why would you not be dealing with it? What is preventing you from doing that? The courts have been clear that violence and calls to violence are not and never have been protected as free expression and are not in good faith as the defense requires. And that's why we have laws. And I would just encourage this government to get back to, and I will not bring forward a motion or whatever, but the reality is the depth of darkness in crime and everything going on in this country that is negative is due to this government not doing its job in those areas. And that bail reform bill needs to be dealt with. It is not the fault of these people who are here today representing Canadians on Bill C-9 and on this particular amendment that has risen the angst of Canadians. It is the responsibility of this government to deal with that, get it out of the way, remove it, and get back to dealing with the issues around crime in this country and jail, not bail. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wagenfeld. Mr. Au, over to you, sir.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I'm not a permanent member of this committee, but I feel compelled to speak today, mainly for two reasons. For one, I'm really concerned about the what is unfolding here in this committee. I came a few days, 2 nights ago, and I saw that the amendment was passed to remove the good faith defense from the bill. So that I think what is happening is really dangerous. And not only that, I feel compelled to speak because I have received hundreds of emails and messages in the last few days. And I would say that none of those emails that I received would support removing the good faith defense from the bill. And these people, they urge me to speak for them because they don't have the privilege to speak in this committee or in the parliament. So I'm going to share some of the messages that I received later on. I will speak directly to the amendment and the sub-amendment. Now, before I share the messages that I received, I want to give you a little bit background about my riding and myself. My riding is Richmond Centre Marple, which is the most culturally diverse riding probably in the country. We have 60% of our people not born in Canada. And we have 75% of our population being identified as visible minorities. So we have people coming from all over the world. We have over 110 languages being spoken at home or in the community. So we have people coming from all walks of life, all kinds of religious background, and all kinds of cultural background. So I think this is quite something when we put into a debate of this bill. And personally, myself, I came to Canada in 1988 for the reason that I want to find a place that I can practice my faith without fear. I don't have to fear about whether or not I would be allowed to practice my religion, whether or not I can speak freely about my beliefs, and whether or not the Bible, and the other religious writings that I have would be subject to censorship. So that's why I came to Canada. And I believe many of my people in Richmond Centre Marple came for the same reason. And I think they were being alarmed by seeing what's happening in this debate for Bill C-9. Now, I want to, as I said, I want to share some of the messages that I received. For example, one message said, if Scripture can be put on trial for being offensive, then religious freedom itself is on trial. The other one said that if passages are labeled hateful, then tomorrow's target could be the Bible, Quran, or Torah. And on the, the other day, my colleague Tamara Corres, she gave a history about the constitutional development of Canada and how we arrived at a balance between protecting religious freedom and protecting of people from hate. And in response to that, one senator said to me, when Parliament forgets its own constitutional history, it repeats its constitutional mistakes. And the other one said that religious oppression does not begin in faraway countries. It has happened on Canadian soil. And another one said that every slide in repression begins with small, reasonable sounding steps. And on the amendment being proposed by MP Andrew Lawson, one of the senators said this,
Andrew Lawton's amendment is not a loophole. It's the last line of defense for freedom of expression and religion. And finally, another person shared with me saying that, listen to this, once government is given power to prosecute without limits, it will use that power,
Mr. Chair,
and eventually against someone you didn't
Ms.
expect.
Latanzio, sorry, Mr. Oh, we have a point of order, I believe.
point of clarification, actually. I just heard the member opposite speaking about Mr. Lawton's amendment. Maybe he should be reminded that we are on Mr. Brock's sub-amendment.
Thank you. That's a good reminder. We are dealing
maybe
with Mr.
Yes,
Brock.
I know that, but I'm just sharing some of the emails that I received in the past few days, just for the information of the committee, so that you know where I'm coming from when I come to this discussion.
Point of order.
A point of clarification, just so that the member knows, so that I can appreciate if it's relevant or not, his intervention.
Yeah, no, I understand. I understand. It's just a general reminder again to try to keep it focused on the matter at hand.
Of course, as I mentioned from the beginning, that I'm going to speak directly to the amendment and the sub-amendment.
Continue,
as I
Mr.
said,
Arthur.
I'm going to give the background of the kind of emails, messages that I received in the last few days.
She's quite right. We are on the sub-amendment.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Then I also believe that, my colleagues, on the other side, you may have received similar emails. You may be also struggling with, these kinds of concerns, whether or not you support the amendment or not. Now, from what I heard and observed, I believe that the amendment made the other night to remove good faith defense is a very dangerous move, because it will lead Canada into a slippery slope that once we get into that kind of path, there's no way that we can come back. The question, as I mentioned from the context that I outlined earlier, the question that's been posed on me and I believe my other colleagues is that if passages of Scripture can be decided to be hateful or offensive, what is coming next? It will only be logical to deduct that if parts of the Bible or a religious scripture is being deemed as hateful, at the end, maybe the whole book itself could be seen as hateful and be banned. And it's not that we have not seen this happen in other countries. So what will happen next? Are we going to have redacted versions of the Bible? Are we going to have clean versions of the Bible or other religious writing approved by the government? So I think this is a logical question people ask. And I think we have to address it in our debate on C9 and the amendment that was being passed. Now, don't laugh at this. Don't say that this will never happen in Canada. What we've already seen is that in many school districts, books being written by Greek authors such as Charles Dickens and Shakespeare has been banned from schools for the reason that some school districts deem those writings, those novels, being discriminational, being racist or sexist, or not up to the modern standard. So it did happen. So there's nothing to prevent that once we enter into this slippery slope, that kind of thing, to ban or to have a clear, clean version being approved by the government will happen. The other night, my colleague talked about the history, how we arrived at a good balance between protecting freedom of expression, freedom of religion, and also protecting people from hate crime. I think that is a good lesson, a good history for us to learn. I understand that some of my colleagues don't want to hear that. They challenge, saying that, oh, you're giving me a history lesson. But I think we need to learn from history. As one of the sender of the message to me said that this has happened before. Canada is not immune to religious oppression. I think some of us here who have been living in Canada for a longer time might still remember at some time between 1940s and 1950s, there was religious oppression to a group of faith community in Canada. At that time, I was told, and I've learned, that the Jehovah's Witness communities was under oppression. Their homes were being raided, their gatherings were being banned, and also they were being persecuted. So don't say that this will not happen again if we do not learn from history. I also agree with, as I mentioned, one of the messages that I received, saying that we need a safeguard against what's been approved as the amendment to Bill C-9, again, which is to take away the good faith defense. I believe that whatever reason the amendment was brought forward, the intention was not to suppress or take away people's religious freedom. So I believe that the amendment by Mr. Lawton and also the sub-amendment by Mr. Brock is going to make this even more clear. It's not taking away anything that has already passed the other night, but this is to clarify even further for the general public that it was not the intention to go onto the path of oppressing religion's freedom. So I don't see why the amendment and sub-amendment could not be supported. It only serves the purpose to clarify further and to tell the people of Canada clearly that was not intention of the amendment or the bill itself.
Point of order.
So,
a point of clarification, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Ms. Latanzio.
I was just wondering if the member can explain or maybe tell me if there's not a contradiction between the amendment and the sub-amendment. I have a question. I have a clarification. I just want to understand.
Thank you, Ms.
He's
Latanzio.
talking about the amendment and the
Ms.
sub-amendment.
Latanzio, you can address the chair. You can ignore
It's just
Mr. Dennis.
an amendment and a sub-amendment, and I'm trying to understand if maybe the member can tell me if does he not see that the two are they contradict one another.
Thank you for the question. I don't have Mr. Lawton's amendment before me, but I remember it's very clear in his amendment saying that for the purpose of clarity, the amendment being passed was not targeting religious freedom or freedom of expression. And the sub-amendment being presented by Mr. Brock today is further clarification. This is not to target freedom of religion and freedom of association and freedom of peaceful assembly. So it's directly relevant to the amendment and the sub-amendment. As I said, right, it's only to clear and to clarify further that this is not we are trying to arrive at. We are making a distinction that for whatever reason the Bloc and the Liberals make that amendment is not what they want to do at the end of the date. So I also want to appeal to my colleague from the Bloc Quebecois. I think in Canada, you are the community who knows best. When you give the government unlimited power, it can come back to you. And you could be the victim of the power you gave to the government. So again, I don't believe that my colleague from the Bloc Quebecois moved that amendment for the reason that they want to to oppress religion. So I hoped that they can support the amendment and the sub-amendment to make this very clear so that they would not be misunderstood by the rest of Canada or people who have questions about why that amendment was being moved. So with that, Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the time to speak.
My pleasure. Thank you very much, Mr. L. Mr. Brock, I believe you're next.
Thank you. What I'm about to say, and I would ask every member here to grant me the indulgence, because I think what I'm about to share with you is going to please my Liberal colleagues, but I'm asking for indulgence. It is abundantly clear, after several days of debate on C9 and numerous motions and numerous requests for unanimous consent to prioritize Bill C-14. I've lost track, I've lost count, but we're probably looking at a couple of dozen, conservatively, pardon the pun, over the last several days, or liberally. But it was important because I think we've all heard from every major stakeholder across this country, Canadians, premiers, law enforcement, mayors, victim advocacy groups, crying out for a government response to a crime epidemic that seems to be rising year after year after year. I'm not expecting my Liberal colleagues to agree with this, but clearly for 10 years, ill thought out and ineffective criminal justice policies have contributed in a very large degree to a crime crisis. So it's clear that any attempt to move forward with a unanimous consent motion and a motion to deal with C-14 is not going to be met with approval. We understand that. In the spirit of the season and in the spirit of addressing what every stakeholder I've identified asked us to address, I am asking, and not to be accused any further of any obstructionist attempts, and I know that we've made the same allegations regarding the Liberals obstructing their own pieces of signature legislation. We've waited several months, in fact, almost 8 months post-election for our Justice Minister to introduce reforms to bail. And while it is not a perfect bill, it does address issues that are germane and have been requested by law enforcement. So bearing that in mind, Chair, I am asking, and bearing in mind the comments and the unanimous request for unanimous consent that Ms. Latanzio had presented to this committee maybe an hour ago, I am now asking for unanimous consent for all the voting members at this committee that we move C-14, we report that to the House immediately.
I didn't think I'd be saying this today, but I think we have unanimous consent.
No, Monsieur le Président.
No, Mr. Bloc.
Pouvez-vous...
I would ask for a suspension. I know it's not customary, but I would like to consult. I will say no to this request for unanimous consent.
Okay, Ms. Latanzio, do you have a comment?
Again, in the spirit to be able to find a solution here and perhaps a compromise, I'd like to move a motion, and I'm going to read it. I only have the English version of this, so I'm going to read it out. Okay. I move that the committee invite the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada, Sean Fraser, to appear for 1 hour on Friday, December 12th at 9 a.m. to testify on Bill C-14, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Youth Criminal Justice Act, and the National Defense Act, bail and sentencing, and that upon the conclusion of the Minister's testimony, the committee proceed immediately to a resumption of consideration of clause by clause on C9, an act to amend the criminal code, hate propaganda, hate crime, and access to religious and cultural places, and that all amendments be deemed moved and put forward without further debate or amendment, and that the committee does not adjourn until clause by clause of C9 has been completed, and that the chair be instructed to report C9 back to the House at the earliest opportunity. So can we get that? Can we get that? Yeah, translated in French.
Suspended. Yeah. Okay. So, which takes us to Mr. Dalton.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I do appreciate the opportunity just to share a few moments on C9 and the motion and the before us. And as probably most members in the House is happening right now, receiving a lot of correspondence, people that are very concerned about this bill, the impact upon their.
Mr. Brock.
Normally, and I generally refuse to point of order a colleague, and I hope he forgives me.
We're all colleagues here, just for the record.
Well, an internal colleague.
Okay. All right.
As opposed to external.
Okay. All right.
An internal colleague, and I apologize. I apologize to Mr. Dalton for that purpose. But I have a proposal seeking unanimous consent that we take the first part of Ms. Latanzio's unanimous consent reference to the Minister of Justice appearing for 1 hour on December the 12th. I don't know if she mentioned a particular time. And then everything else that she had to say with respect to reporting back to the House without amendment would be satisfactory to our Conservative team, and I would be seeking unanimous consent on that. No reference to C9. Okay.
We do not have unanimous consent, so Mr. Dalton, please proceed.
Thank you. So, as mentioned, receiving a lot of correspondence on this bill, a lot of people that are very concerned, Canadians from coast to coast that are quite often, not really thinking about politics and about the impact upon their own lives, as much as we might be wishing they were. They're writing, they're saying, how is this going to impact me? And I would say I'm quite concerned about the bill before us. I know that's the reason why we have the motion. Just an important fact is that the government legislation already has the tools that it needs to prosecute those who promote hate and genocide. It already has the tools that it needs to prosecute those who promote hate and genocide. I see this bill as politics, surprise, and bad politics, and bad for Canadians. It's hard to believe that this legislation before us is here in Canada. We've been known as a country, as a beacon of freedom. People from all over the world have immigrated here. And this seems quite contrary to the values of freedom, of faith, of expression that we have had over generations. So this is an extremely important bill. And for me, it really reminds me of the direction of other states that have, I would say, banned scriptures, different scriptures. I think of countries like China in the past under Mao, communist Russia, communist regimes. Scriptures were banned. I actually have some friends that were involved in smuggling not drugs, not arms smuggling Bibles into the former East Bloc communist countries, where people would be imprisoned, people would be tortured for their faith, for having a Bible. Now, it moved in other countries like China later on. They said, okay, well, you know what, you can have the Bible, but here's what you can believe, or here's what you can say. You take off this section and this section and this section and this section. Tell me what is the difference here that was before us, Mr. Chair? You don't have to, that's a rhetorical question. Okay. This is the same direction. And I think we need to talk about direction before us. This is a bad direction, whether you are a person of faith that is Christian or Muslim or Jewish, or even as secular, because, you know, we're talking about fundamental rights for all Canadians. And it's something I think we shouldn't be going in this direction. Now, personally, I'm a Christian. Okay, my faith is fundamental to who I am. It's much more important to me than being a parliamentarian. And it informs everything about the direction and values. It's a light upon me. It's personal. And this motion before us talks of, it expands, saying, hey, this needs to be more than just the faith. It needs to talk about beliefs and your conscience, these things. So this is like King David said, that it's a light to our path. It shines inside of me in the sense that exposes things that I need to make changes in personally, even as a politician. Just as a variety of things, it shines. And I think that we just need to reflect here, as a society, as a government, as the House of Commons, as parliamentarians, about the contributions, and I'll make reference here specifically to Christians, of just the contributions of the faith, the Judeo-Christian faith, and I know there obviously others can speak to other faiths, but the contribution to society, to the very foundation of who we are as a nation. And yes, there's blemishes. People are people. I don't care what faith you subscribe to. But at the same time, you look at the importance of the Christian faith in terms of education. I was a teacher for many years and taught socials and history and looked at medieval Europe, and just the importance of for example, the monastic schools, where there was no education of the training of the system of our hospital system. Think of Red Cross, that comes from a faith background. Florence Nightingale. I think of Salvation Army. Probably the other members met with the Salvation Army when they're here on the Hill recently, talking about the influence that they've had, what the giving they've had as far as helping those that are in need, emergency services. It's amazing the work that they do. And from a secular, non-religious point of view, I think we all would say this is very commendable. But they're very clear. They say it comes from a faith position of service. And I think that what is core, and this is what the challenge that I would say Christians feel. I think Christians feel like they're a punching bag, and what's so important to realize that so many of our perspective as a culture has come from a Christian foundation. Even equality, for example, of men and women. That was not something that has always been there. But in the scriptures, it talks about no such thing as man and woman in a sense, not in biological sense, but in terms of equality before God. So it's always been a source of equality. I would say even those that can say they might be feminists, some of that might come from even from a biblical perspective, in the sense that the equality, not subjugated under men, but equal. And that isn't everywhere. And then I think about the whole issue of slavery. Christians involved in that. I think of Wilberforce in the British Parliament, decade after decade bringing legislation in order to stop slavery, and finally successful. And, there's a song we've all heard, I'm sure, you hear it with the bagpipes. What comes to mind? Amazing Grace. Amazing Grace, written by John Newton in the 1700s. He was a slave trader involved in trade and capturing slaves in Africa, or in the transportation from there to the New World, imprisoning them, shackling them, the terrible things. And what happened to his life? What happened to him? You read the song. What does it say? Amazing Grace, how sweet the sound. Sorry. That saved a wretch like me. And I guess I'm choked up, because it's not just him, it's me. It really is. We all need saving. As far as I'm concerned. Sorry, I just put that out there. It says, Amazing Grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. And you see the transformation of his life. The transformation of his life from someone that is that position as a slave trader, as an evil person, and able to be transformed. And that's the message, I would say, of Jesus Christ, of the Bible. And that's the difference that made it me personally, and I'm speaking personally. There's a verse, I said this verse was made very much alive to me. I was in the military, it was in my uniform. And a verse that you probably may be familiar with. And the verse is what? The verse says, for God so loved the world that he gave his only son, that's Jesus Christ, that whoever believes in him won't perish but everlasting life. And that can just roll off. But to me, it struck, and I saw, you know what? He didn't just die for the world, he died for me. And it wasn't say, well, because I was doing this bad or that terrible. It was more made my attitude of selfishness, everything around me. And I guess that motivated me and motivates Christians and people of faith to realize that, I'm here not to give, just to give and under my own, just accumulating wealth and accumulating experiences, but I'm here to serve our community, our country. And I think that we're all here for that, right? We're here to serve our country. We're here to serve people. And that's what the word minister, you heard the cabinet minister, we're there to minister, to serve. And so that touched me in my life. It transformed me when I was still an adolescent, and has been directional in my whole entire life. And I can understand that, you look at the scriptures, and the scriptures are written over, we're talking 3,000, 4,000 years, a long time. And in a lot of different cultures, and we can look back and say, well, this here doesn't fit in, and that doesn't fit in. But there's cultural, there's generational, there's a lot of things, and it really does come together. And again, as a Christian, I would say this, that it says that it's summed up in all one word. And it says God is love. In 1 John, it talks about that God is love, not just filling up, but his whole heart. His whole heart, even in his regulations, even the rules, everything he has for mankind, even the structures, is out of love. And Christians, there's Old Testament and New Testament, don't just we believe it's a whole, but Christ does clarify it right there. He says, you've heard it said, an eye for an eye. But I say to you what? If someone slaps you on the cheek, turn to him the other cheek. And if someone persecutes you, then don't return evil, but return good for evil. And so I'm saying that's transformative. That's transformative. And for us as politicians with our laws, with C9, to say, well, this has to, take this out, take this in. There's actually a lot of correction within the scriptures itself. Not correction, but Christ explains a lot of that. And so I guess what I'm saying here, members of the committee, thank you for your patience and not making your interventions during this time. Which I know, just to take some thought and realize, let's pull back on this. Let's just pull back on this. And with my colleague friends from Quebec, I get it. My mom is French Canadian. I've lived in Quebec, and je sais l'influence de l'Église.
And I know what has been the influence of the church for centuries, and I also know that it was difficult. So, for many people, there is a certain amount of resistance, and I understand that, because the clergy was so strong, and now people want freedom, and so I get it. But it's also possible to strike a balance, and I think that, of course, already we have laws. So I don't think that we should go ahead with this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton. I'm looking at the clock. I'm going to suspend for question period. I'm wondering, I know, Mr. Gill, you're next on in the batting order, but I'm wondering if now is a right time to do it rather than start now.
Just what time will we be back?
I think there's votes after, so as soon as either QP or the votes are done. So
15 minutes after the final vote,
whatever
okay.
the last of those events is. Okay? All right, we'll suspend. Okay.
You like?
Yeah, I mean, if you can do it in 5 minutes, that's up to you.
I'll try
Okay.
for 5, maximum
Well,
10.
trying is different than doing, so. I don't think anybody here has been this anxious to get the question period in a long time, so. But go ahead, please.
All right,
I'll give you 5 minutes, and then I'm going to suspend, okay?
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the opportunity to speak on Bill C-9 and the sub-amendments by Mr. Brock. Let me begin with the obvious. Hate is harmful, it is corrosive, and has no place in Canada. Anyone who has served in uniform, as I had nearly for 3 decades, has seen the damage it inflicts on families and entire communities. But here's the part that doesn't fit on a podium or a press release. You can't fight hate with slogans. You fight it with clarity, enforceable tools, and legislation that respects both public safety and the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And that is where Bill C-9 falls short. Police leadership, the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, has endorsed this bill. They believe it clarifies thresholds and streamlines prosecutions. That's fine. That's the lane they have chosen, and I think it's misguided. But what does the rank and file say? The men and women actually responding to the calls at 2 in the morning, they're telling a different story. And frankly, those who work the front lines often understand the operational realities far more than those issuing the press releases. Here are the concerns that they raise consistently, privately, and with far more candor than you'll ever hear at a podium. First, they say, we already have the tools, we just don't use them. Officers point to the criminal code, which I've used many times, and it covers intimidation, harassment, threats, mischief, incitement. These laws exist, they work, but they're underused, mainly because leadership is afraid of political blowback. Secondly, their complaint is that definitions in this bill are too fuzzy. Frontline officers know that one misread situation can turn their career into a headline. They don't want that. If the difference between a heated argument and a hate crime rests on vague language, they'll hesitate, and hesitation is the worst operational environment you can create for them. Third, the point to is if the command structure won't support charges under existing laws, why would they support new ones? That is not cynicism, that is their lived experience, and was mine. Removing the Attorney General's sign-off puts everything on us. That's their complaint. Without that oversight, the constable becomes the choke point and the political lightning rod as well. And finally, this bill risks policing feelings instead of conduct. I can tell you from experience, officers are trained to respond to behavior, not interpret emotional or ideological content in the heat of the moment. These concerns matter. They matter because if officers don't feel confident using a law, it won't be used. And if vaguely drafted legislation is used poorly, it becomes a flashpoint that damages community trust for years. Now let's talk about the communities this bill claims to protect, not the ones in the press releases, but the real communities. Faith-based organizations, churches, mosques, gurdwaras, synagogues have raised serious concerns. Many of them fear the law's ambiguity could unintentionally criminalize the wrong conduct or chill religious teaching and cultural expression that has never been and should never be criminal. Civil liberties groups have issued the same warning. The Charter protects freedom of expression, assembly, religion, and conscience. And when legislation uses broad language, those freedoms become vulnerable to selective or uneven enforcement. This is not a theoretical risk. This is Canada in 2025. Communities are more polarized, economic pressures are higher, institutional trust is weaker, and yes, government policies over the last 10 years have exacerbated those divisions. Rising affordability pressures, social fragmentation, and eroding public trust in institutions creates the perfect conditions for resentment, anger, and eventually hate to grow. You cannot legislate away the root causes of hate. You have to address them. We have to address them. And Bill C-9 does nothing to address the root causes. It broadens offenses, removes safeguards, and tests the limits of charter rights, all without fixing the underlying cultural and enforcement gaps inside policing itself. And here's the real-world consequence. If this bill is applied unevenly, if one community feels targeted or another feels ignored, tensions get worse. Trust erodes further, and the very hate we're trying to combat gains more oxygen. That is the danger of poorly drafted law in a fragile environment, which we are living in. And so, yes, we absolutely need to fight hate, but we need to do it with a clear, enforceable laws, proper training, proper resourcing, and the courage to use the existing tools we have. We need to address the social and economic conditions that fuel hate, and we need legislation that does not compromise the freedoms that define this country. Mr. Chair, Canadians deserve safety and freedom, not one at the expense of the other. Bill C-9, as drafted, does not strike that balance. The sub-amendment proposed by Mr. Brock is necessary to correct the severe imbalance of this legislation. The sub-amendments are fundamental to our society and our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, or Chair.
Much, Mr. Gill. Okay, we'll suspend now until 15 minutes after QP or votes, whichever is later.
Was that 5 minutes?
Chair, to confirm our end time for today, whether we're sitting tomorrow and into next week. Have you received any further word?
I'm still working on the final details, but I will commit to giving you an answer within the hour.
Okay.
It's 10 after 4, yeah. All right?
Thank you.
Okay.
On all three issues?
Sorry, what was the third issue? There's today, tomorrow?
Sitting next week.
Today, tomorrow, yes,
Yeah.
all three issues.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Lawton, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So to recap where we are now, just for a moment here, we are debating Mr. Brock's sub-amendment to my amendment to Bill C-9, which I realize for those who do not immerse themselves in this can sound convoluted. But the sub-amendment I actually welcome. It broadens the protections that I wanted to put into C-9 considerably to refer to all Section 2 rights in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the freedom of conscience and religion, the freedom of thought, belief, opinion, and expression, including freedom of the press and other media of communication, freedom of peaceful assembly, and freedom of association. Now, I said when I moved my original amendment that it is not in itself capable of undoing the tremendous harm that Liberal members did to Bill C-9 and, frankly, just to fundamental liberties in Canada on Tuesday with their amendment eroding religious freedoms from the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And look, we tried over the last 48 hours, I believe, 17 times to emphasize a far less divisive subject, one that is far more pressing for Canada, one for which I think, as evidenced by some of our discussions earlier, it would be far easier to find consensus on among different parties, which was the need to reverse the broken Liberal bail systems that have been causing considerable damage. And a point that emerged in question period was that the Liberals are far more invested in dealing with thought crime than actual crime, which is why this sub-amendment to Bill C-9 is necessary. And I want to go back to the first principles here of why this issue has become so central to what this committee is doing right now. And I realize our officials from the Department of Justice have been incredibly patient, and I'm so grateful that you're putting the time in this you are. I'd like to ask about C9 more broadly, and I'll bring it down to the sub-amendment at hand in a moment. As is customary with any legislation of this nature, there is a charter statement that is issued. Were either of you involved in either writing or contributing to the work on that charter statement?
It's a product of the Department of Justice. Yes, we would have seen it.
And in the charter statement for Bill C9, there is a recognition that freedom of religion, freedom of expression, freedom of peaceful assembly, and the right to liberty, as well as the right against unreasonable search and seizure, as well as there's another section as well that's less relevant to this, but all of these are potentially engaged by the proposed measures. And there are other parts of the charter statement that are a bit more explicit in saying that some of these freedoms will be infringed by C9 likely, correct?
The charter statement does not suggest that Bill C9 would infringe the charter, no.
Okay. So the charter statement talks about the limitations. It talks about Section 1 of the charter, which proposes or requires that courts look at reasonable limits on these things. Was removing the religious defense from the criminal code under willful promotion of hate, was that ever considered when analyzing the potential constitutional implications of Bill C9?
So I think what I can say is the charter statement that was tabled by the minister speaks to Bill C9 as it was introduced. Mm-hmm. So there is nothing in the charter statement that specifically references the amendment or the proposed amendment moved by the committee to remove the defense.
So do I take from that there has been no assessment of the constitutional implications of this amendment then? Is that a fair characterization of what you're saying?
I think what I can say is that the charter statement that was tabled by the minister doesn't speak to it.
So has there been a constitutional analysis, a charter analysis that the government has done, that the minister has done, that your department has done about this this now adopted amendment?
So I think what I can say to that is we continually support the minister's office in providing legal advice, policy advice on issues relating to criminal law and the charter as a department. It's the issue of the religious exemption, the good faith religious exemption defense is something that the department is well aware of and has been engaged on for years as the issue comes and goes. I can't speak to any more detail about what would have been in the advice, but it's certainly something that we are aware of.
Sorry, you use the word exemption in your description of it. Does the word exemption appear in the criminal code anywhere for relating to the religious defense?
Sorry, I don't think it appears specifically related to the religious defense.
Okay.
It is sometimes a word that we use interchangeably, but maybe I use it incorrectly to describe that. Yeah.
Not a problem. Thank you. So in the charter statement that your department tabled, there is actually a section, if I can find it here, and this is specifically when dealing with a different section of the criminal code, but it talks about some of the defenses that exist in criminal law, and it specifically talks about the religious defense. So the constitutionality of Bill C9, or the constitutional assessment that your department did, was based in part on a defense that Bill C9 would now remove. Does it not?
If I could ask for you to refer me specifically to the page so I can help Mr. Lawton.
Yeah, I can do that. So I'm looking under, this is again, the new hate propaganda offense section of the charter statement. I'm looking at the HTML, so I don't have page numbers here. Okay. But it talks specifically about the bill would clarify that no person shall be convicted of this offense. And again, I can see this is 319, but it's the principles I'm getting at here. If the display of a symbol was for a legitimate purpose, including a legitimate purpose related to journalism, religion, education, or art. So your assessment of Bill C9 and some of the constitutional implications are tempered by the fact that this religious defense exists in the criminal code.
So thank you for the question. So the charter assessment does, the charter statement, I should say, provides considerations that support consistency with Section 2B. And it does identify the two defenses, reinforce the understanding that the offense does not catch symbols for legitimate purposes. So it helps to clarify the scope of the offense, which in itself would preclude, again, legitimate purposes.
So if a bill is amended, as happens through clause-by-clause consideration, there are some amendments that can fundamentally alter the assessment that's been provided ahead of time. How does that account for how we as lawmakers are supposed to rely on this when assessing whether we could be potentially passing an unconstitutional law?
As a matter of practice, the department does not update the charter statement. The charter statement accompanies the bill as introduced.
Okay. I appreciate that. Now, I know that the Public Service Alliance of Canada, which represents many employees of the federal government, including some employees of the Department of Justice, has joined an open letter that, alongside, I believe, nearly 24 other organizations, calling for C9 to be withdrawn. And some of the concerns that have been raised here, and we've discussed a lot of them, is that we are going to see unchecked expansion of police authority. We are going to see a direct threat to charter rights and public accountability, the criminalization of dissent through vague and subjective criteria. Now, this is not at all a shot across the bow at our witnesses who have been here. I'm speaking generally about some of the stakeholders who have signed this letter, but even employees of the federal government have rang the alarm about the dangers of Bill C9. And I find it interesting, even as this issue has come up in question period the last few days, the Minister of Justice does not want to talk about C9. He does not want to respond to it. It took him 8 days to address the report that the Liberals were considering passing this amendment. We had absolute silence from Liberal members of this committee, with one small exception, a small intervention from Minister Fraser's parliamentary secretary when the amendment from the Bloc Quebecois was debated. And we have now been for hours and hours debating an amendment that I tabled, and now Mr. Brock's sub-amendment, to try to at least mitigate this harm, to mitigate this assault on religious freedom, and include in Bill C9 language affirming the importance of protecting, as I put it, religious freedom and freedom of expression, and as Mr. Brock puts it, all Section 2 Charter freedoms. This morning we had at one time, I believe, 6 members of the committee from the Liberal, 6 attendees at committee that were Liberals, in addition to you, Mr. Chair. And in the time that we've been debating this, since 8:30 this morning, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Clerk or Mr. Chair, but not one single Liberal has added themselves to the speaking list, has intervened to make any substantive arguments.
That is incorrect, I can tell you that.
Who has made a substantive intervention? Oh, there are some on there now?
You said added their name to the speaking list.
Okay, good. Sorry, I apologize. Not one single Liberal member has intervened on a substantive point about this. And I take from that discussing the fundamental freedoms engaged by Bill C9 is not a topic of interest.
Point of order.
Yes, Ms. Dillon.
I bet
The
it won't be.
member cannot make assumptions about what people are thinking or not thinking. He cannot dictate to how somebody can speak, cannot speak,
That's not a
what
point
they
of
have
order.
to say, how they should say it. No, that's what they're doing. It's been hours we've been listening to it. They said it this morning as well. Liberals have not been speaking up, and you guys are really, anyway, through the chair, they are really embarrassing themselves. I'll give an example of that kind
This
of
is debate.
embarrassment.
This is
morning,
debate. That's
no,
not a point of order.
it's a
This is
point of
debate.
order.
It's
Actually,
not a point of order.
there's a point of order there. I'm going to get to my point of order right now. I'm going to get to my point of order right now. This morning,
Mr. Chair, you told people to state their point of order first.
Yeah. And she's not.
Three-way
It's a
dating,
point
you
of
start interrupting.
edification. It is a point of order.
Hold on. Here we go again.
I'm about to edify
She
you.
has the floor. I've asked her to state her point of order.
You don't need threats
I didn't hear
from
what
a
she said.
Liberal member.
I didn't hear what she said.
Come on. you're better than that, Andrew.
State your point of order, please, and we can move on.
My point of order is we don't have to say anything at all.
Correct.
That's
not a point of order.
Conservatives are embarrassing themselves
Mr.
as
Speaker,
it is.
this is an argument.
And
Okay.
this morning,
Dillon, thank
Mr.
you.
Lawton said he doesn't. Here's my point of order. I'd like to clarify that you said this morning.
A clarification is not a point of order.
This morning, you said I don't speak Indian.
What?
This is during your debate in the morning. The statement you made, you said I don't speak Indian. We have a mandir. Sikhs go there. Hindus go
Yes.
there. Indian is not a language.
I
so,
actually
yes,
did
you
not
did.
say.
You
Okay,
actually did say
Okay,
that.
I'm going to stop this right now. Ms. Dillon, I think you've made your point, and I'm grateful for that. Mr.
There's
Lawton, you still have
120
the floor.
different dialects in India.
In terms of people not speaking up,
Languages.
I was always taught that listening is a far better use of your time than talking sometimes. But
sure,
your point is understood. So please carry on.
Mr. Chair, I have not reviewed the blues, and I don't know if the member is going from memory or notes or the blues. And I would welcome anyone here to please send it to me, because what I said in the comment she's referring to, which interestingly enough was actually speaking about an incredibly successful institution in my riding in which Sikhs and Hindus worship in the same building despite being of different faiths. And I was apologizing because I do not speak any Indian language, as in a language spoken by... What I was saying, Chair, is that because I do not speak any of the many languages spoken by Indian people,
Okay, Ms. Dillon.
including
in fairness,
Malayalam,
you've made
and
your
including Punjabi, and including Hindi, that I did not want to offend anyone by mispronouncing this incredible Hindu temple in my riding that I have had the great privilege of attending and visiting and speaking to the people who go there.
Okay, I think we've addressed this point. If anybody wants to pursue it further, they're free to go back and look at the blues, but perhaps you can just carry on, Mr. Lawton. Thank you.
But this is precisely why I do not support legislation in which the Liberals get to police language. Because we've seen the tremendous misrepresentation of language and the misrepresentation of intent and the projection that comes from people who do not have respect for differing beliefs and opinions and views. And it's actually quite shameful that this debate has to exist, and that the point I made before I was interrupted on a false point of order was that we do need to wonder why there has not been a desire for Liberals who supported this very dangerous amendment to speak up and say, well, actually, I do believe in religious freedom. And actually, I do want to tell you that I will support this amendment, because we do want to make sure that Bill C-9 is minimally impairing. So the silence, I do not...
Well, we've established that somebody's on the speaking list, so I think that...
I'm not talking... I'm talking about interjections to date. And I look forward to hearing from whomever it is. You know, you'll notice, Chair, as all members will, that we have had a long list of speakers. This has been an opportunity in which many members have been in this room, Liberal and Conservative, and I believe Bloc as well, who are not regular members of this committee, and we welcome them. We have had people share very heartfelt interventions of relevance to their ridings, of relevance to their professional experience, of relevance to their personal faith traditions. And that is incredibly important. And I note that all members of Parliament are protected by parliamentary privilege, a very unique right that I've tried to learn more about as a member of Parliament, and I actually hope I will continue to learn more about it. But I understand that parliamentary privilege protects what we say as members of Parliament because of the understanding of how important it is that we can represent our constituents and speak our minds. And in a way, we have, to use the word, a privilege that a lot of Canadians are denied. Canadians have been targeted for their speech. Canadians have been targeted by the Canadian Human Rights Commission, which up until the Stephen Harper government repealed it, had a very Orwellian provision called Section 13 of the Canadian Human Rights Act, which went after online speech the government found offensive. And that's why I was so piqued by this when Minister Fraser, in his only appearance at this committee to date in this Parliament, acknowledged that there is going to be an online application of Bill C-9. This will police what people say and post on the internet. And that is, to me, an incredibly chilling concept. And again, the Liberal government has leaned on, in its defense of adopting this amendment and removing the religious defense from the criminal code, they've leaned on this idea that, well, it's never been successfully used. Mr. Baber made the point incredibly effectively earlier that law sends a signal. Law sends a signal. What is on the law, what is on the books versus what is not on the books sends a message of what type of speech is acceptable and what type of speech is not. People who have reached out to me from my community and across the country who have come from markedly less free countries than Canada have talked about how the threat of prosecution is the greatest tool of censorship. The threat of prosecution is the tool because it prevents people from speaking something. It leads to a self-imposed censorship where debate has been chilled even without the state having to lay a single charge. And if you compound this with some of the other changes that have been discussed and proposed and debated and will soon be debated possibly on Bill C-9, like whether the Attorney General consent is required for this or that, an interesting point there is that we could have a situation in which police are looking at a complaint they have, which may have been made in bad faith about someone who, from a religious perspective, shared an objectionable point of view or a view that someone found objectionable. And police say, well, members of Parliament removed this religious defense. That must mean that this is something we now need to investigate and lay charges on. And then you have, in the legislation, the removal of a safeguard for that, which is what was going on here. So now you've basically deputized every police officer in Canada, including some from very small police services that might not have a dedicated hate crimes unit like the one we heard from in the course of our very minimal C9 study, the Edmonton Police Service, where they're forced to decide whether someone's religious expression is hateful or not. And a point that I think often gets obscured by this, in the comments made by now Minister Miller that have become so contentious across the country, saying that prosecutors should be able to press charges, his direct words, press charges, in the event that someone uses words that, scriptures that the government finds offensive. The point that I would raise there is that he was saying under the existing law, there is no way to quote in good faith, as the religious defense requires. There is no way to quote in good faith those scriptures. So the Liberals believe that quoting scripture is already illegal, possibly, which is why we need to take so seriously this effort. And look, we have brought this up time and time again, and I'm hoping that in the few hours that we have been in question period and suspended and whatnot, that we can let cooler heads prevail here. Because our belief is that thought crime is not a priority for the Government of Canada, and should not be, I should say. Certainly should not be a priority for the Justice Committee when we have so many other pressing issues to deal with. I note that we have our study on bail, which I do not believe, to my knowledge, has been completed. And we have bail legislation that's been put towards us. So I move, understanding that the passage of time may change perspectives on this, and there have been side conversations, that we proceed to consideration of Bill C-14, the Bail and Sentencing Reform Act.
You're seeking unanimous consent to see if you can move.
I would love to see unanimous consent.
Is that what you're asking? Because otherwise you just can't move the motion. So.
Well,
we're debating a motion. You can't introduce a new motion. You can seek unanimous
well, that's a
consent.
diligent. Proceeding to is a dilatory.
We've been
motion.
through this several times today. You can't.
Okay, sorry, I apologize, Chair. I would like to seek unanimous consent for this.
Do we have unanimous consent for Mr. No. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Lawton. Are you? Is that okay? Thank you. All
I
right,
suppose so.
Mr. Brock, you're next.
Yeah, so if, I don't know if the chair has any further information about timing, but I literally could talk the clock out. I don't intend on doing that because I have a number of colleagues I'm sure that wants to add their perspective on this issue and share stories regarding their faith, if not stories from constituents in their riding. But I think I'll start by we've heard a number of times the comments, the derogatory negative comments from Mark Miller, now Minister Miller, in the role of a chair, which is largely supposed to be independent and impartial, had to weigh in. And quite frankly, to my colleague Mr. Lawton's point, has been the only clear direction that anyone has received from the Liberal Party that they're actually supportive of the Bloc Amendment. Now, How the conversation initiated over the weekend, who initiated it, doesn't really matter to me. Fact is, the truth is now out, and the Liberal Party, who produced a piece of legislation where this issue was never an issue, that largely the number of witnesses that we heard who gave testimony and were examined by members at this committee, by and large, with the exception of my Bloc colleague, never really focused squarely on the issue of removal of the religious defense, not exemption, defense. But yet here we are with a telegraphing of a message from the Liberal Party, the governing party, that they're prepared to do that. And I suspect, until someone tells me otherwise, I suspect that was the only path they saw to get Bill C-9 passed back in the House, ultimately into the Senate, and to receive royal assent. So I want to put on the record the exact words from Mark Miller, because all of us have used various versions just based on memory or certain passages from newspaper articles. I took the opportunity of checking the blues, and I do have the actual transcript. Mark Miller says, "I'll use Chair's prerogative to ask a follow-up question of Mr. Ross. For those who don't remember Mr. Ross, Derek Ross testified as the Executive Director of the Christian Legal Fellowship." Mark Miller says, "As despicable and as unlawful as the statements made by Mr. Charkouhi are and would be if they were stated again, we don't know why the prosecution chose not to continue with the charges. Perhaps this is to Monsieur Fortin's point. I want to dig a bit into the concept of good faith, Mr. Ross. In Leviticus, Deuteronomy, and Romans, there are passages with clear hatred towards, for examples, homosexuals. I don't understand how the concept of good faith could be invoked if someone were literally invoking a passage from, in this case, the Bible, though there are other religious texts that say the same thing. How do we somehow constitute this as being said in good faith? Clearly, there are situations in these texts where statements are hateful. I'll repeat that again. Clearly, there are situations in these texts in reference to the Christian Holy Bible and other holy texts where statements are hateful. They should not be used to invoke or be a defense. There should perhaps be discretion for prosecutors to press charges. I just want you to understand what your notion of good faith is in this context, where there are passages in religious texts that are clearly hateful. That incendiary statement by the then chair of the Justice Committee ignited a firestorm across this country, with faith leaders, constituents flooding our inbox, flooding our mail service with concerns right across this country. And if I said it once, I'll keep repeating it. I have no doubt that the 4 Liberal members in this room probably received the maybe 5, yes. I see my friend just walked in. The 5 members would have received the same level of volume. But if we heard anything from the Liberal bench, crickets. Crickets in this committee, crickets in the House of Commons, crickets outside the House. No one from the Liberal Party wants to talk about it. except we have now the Minister of Justice who caged himself into a corner and is trying his best to nuance his way out by now indicating perhaps maybe I jumped the gun. I'm paraphrasing his comments. Perhaps I jumped the gun. Maybe I should have consulted. Geez, I would have thought that was ministerial responsibility 101. But I guess Sean Fraser didn't get the message. Failed miserably at immigration, failed miserably at housing, and not off to a good start on the justice portfolio. A little too late. Then we've got the infighting going on with the Liberal caucus. We've got the infighting between the Prime Minister's office.
Point of order.
And
Mr. Chair, relevance.
Go ahead.
Yeah, is this relevant to our work today?
What's the point of order?
Relevance.
I'm getting to that. Relevance is very subjective, my friend. I told you, I've got a lot to say.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Hold on, please. Mr. Brock, you and I have had this conversation before, and I asked you this question once before. Tell me what judge you appeared before who told you relevance was subjective.
Many judges. Many judges, Chair. Many judges.
I want to get some more cases before those judges. Okay, yes. Anyway,
as defense counsel and as a Crown prosecutor.
that would make everything relevant, I think, if that were the criteria. But in any event, I would like to keep this focused on the sub-amendment as closely as possible. Thank you.
And I was getting to that before I was interrupted by Mr. Chang yet again. So, yet again, Ms. Dillon.
Can I weigh in? Can I weigh in?
No, hold on. So, for the sake of timing, because I indicated I could go for hours, but I'm not going to, I've got probably, 20, 30 pages of emails, letters from constituents, from religious leaders, not only from my riding, but also from other parts of the country. I'm going to read a statement from Bishop James Lewis, who is a bishop in the Norfolk area. And he says as follows: I've been ordained. My calling is simple: to help people discover a God of love, not a God of fear. Because of that calling, I need to speak clearly and publicly about Bill C-9, the Federal Combating Hate Act, and in particular the proposal tied to it that would remove a long-standing protection for religious expression in Canada's criminal code. Let me be very clear from the start. I oppose hatred, intimidation, and violence against any person or group. I support laws that genuinely protect people from being targeted, threatened, or terrorized. But I cannot support any move that opens the door for the state to effectively edit, chill, or police surveillance preaching from sacred texts, whether those texts are Christian, Jewish, Muslim, Hindu, Sikh, or anything else. That is the line for me as a pastor and as a Canadian. Scripture is not the enemy. Hate is. The Bible or any sacred text is itself not the problem. Sacred texts do not stand in the pulpit by themselves. Human beings do. What causes harm is not the text, but how it is used. Some leaders twist Scripture into a weapon to to control, to dehumanize. Others, and I include myself here, use Scripture to call people into healing, forgiveness, and love. The answer to abuse of religion is accountability for abusive behavior, not to slow criminalization or intimidation of religious teaching itself. When a government starts saying, in effect, these verses are safe, those verses are suspicious, and we'll decide whether your explanation of them crosses the line, we are no longer simply combating hate. We are inching toward state supervision of theology. That is not paranoia. That is a sober reading of what happens when you remove explicit protections for good faith religious expression from hate speech law and then expand those same laws. Why Bill C-9 concerns me as a minister. Right now, the criminal code includes a protection that says in plain language that a person shall not be convicted of hate propaganda if in good faith they express an opinion on a religious subject or based on a religious text. That clause has been a crucial reassurance to faith communities. You may preach your scriptures in good faith without wondering if every controversial passage could land you in a courtroom. The proposal tied to Bill C-9 would remove that protection. Now the government says, don't worry, we're only targeting extreme hate, not religion. I appreciate the intention, but removing the religious defense sends a very different message to those of us who actually stand in pulpits and lead congregations. The quote, trust us, we'll decide later what counts as good faith religious expression, end of quote. With respect, that is not good enough. I couldn't agree more. They understand what's at stake, not the right to hate, but the right to teach, wrestle with, and even struggle through hard texts without the state sitting in the front row with a notepad and a pair of handcuffs. That is what I am hearing in different words, in different passages. That is the impact at what this Liberal government is prepared to do to secure enough votes to get C-9 passed. The Charter is not a decoration, the Bishop says. Canada's Charter of Rights and Freedom is not a wall plaque for courthouses. It is supposed to mean something in real life. Freedom of religion under 2 sub A means more than silently believing in your head. It includes the freedom to manifest, teach, and to practice that belief. Freedom of expression under 2B means more than the right to say only what the government currently finds acceptable or comfortable. Yes, the courts have already said there can be narrow limits on expression where there is extreme, dehumanizing hate. I accept that. I am not asking for a free pass to incite violence or to vilify human beings made in the image of God. But when Parliament strips out an explicit protection that was designed to keep hate speech laws from crossing into the sanctuary, it is tilting the balance away from freedom and toward fear. That is the wrong direction for a free and democratic society. What I stand for as a pastor, let me say this personally. In my ministry, I teach from the Bible and other spiritual texts. I preach a God of love, not a God of fear. I refuse to dehumanize anyone, regardless of their race, gender, sexual orientation, or belief system. I challenge behavior and systems that are rooted in fear, division, and ego, but I do not deny the divine spark in any person. I do not need a criminal code exemption to love people, but I do need a free pulpit to speak honestly about God, sin, grace, forgiveness, and transformation, even when that makes people uncomfortable. This is not healthy for Canada. It is not healthy for democracy, and it is absolutely not healthy for the spiritual life of this nation. What am I asking for? I am not writing this to stir up rage. I am writing this to stir up clarity and courage. I respectfully call on members of Parliament to oppose any amendment that removes the criminal code protection of good faith religious expression, and to ensure that any law combating hate is narrow, precise, and clearly separated from sincere theological teaching. Fellow faith leaders, pastors, priests, imams, rabbis, and others to speak up together, not as rivals, but as guardians of shared freedom. We may differ profoundly on theology, but we are united in saying the state must not become the referee of our scriptures. Everyday Canadians of goodwill, whether you are religious, spiritual, or secular, to recognize that freedom of religion and freedom of expression are your freedoms too. When one group's freedom is quietly weakened, everyone's freedom gets a little thinner. A final word. I will continue to preach love. I will continue to teach forgiveness. I will continue to invite people into a deeper walk with a God who is not angry, but endlessly patient and kind. But I will also continue to say this. The Government of Canada has no rightful authority to censor sacred texts or to intimidate sincere, good faith preaching of them, so long as those teachings do not cross the clear line into dehumanizing hatred or violence. My prayer is that our leaders will have the wisdom to protect both the dignity and safety of every person in this country and the freedom of conscience, religion, and expression that keeps our society truly free. Sincerely, the Bishop. I could not have summed up my overall approach to this debate more clearer than that. And I truly, truly hope that the Liberal members at this committee and the Justice Minister takes note. At this time, Chair, I wish to seek unanimous consent that we prioritize Bill C-14 immediately.
Do we have unanimous consent? No, we do not. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brock. Ms. Cronus,
Point of order.
over to you.
Point of order.
Mr. Lawton, yes.
Thank you, Chair. This is a very serious point of order, and I'm getting to it immediately. I was fully prepared to take to heart Ms. Dillon's comments earlier, and after our exchange, I went out and I listened to the audio this morning. And I'm going to read exactly what I said, not what I intended to say, the words that I said. There is a temple on Redan Street in St. Thomas. It is a Hindu temple. I apologize. My knowledge of Indian languages is not particularly great, but it's called the Sri Harihar Mandir. Ms. Dillon made an erroneous accusation, and there was an implication in that was incredibly offensive. If there is unanimous consent, I will play the audio into the microphone, but I'm hoping that she will just withdraw and apologize, and we can spare that.
I've just been told you're not allowed to have external sources on the microphone, so we can't do that.
Then I would invite her to review that herself. Know that I would be staking a lot of my reputation on if I were misrepresenting that right now, but I would ask you to apologize and withdraw.
I heard it in the singular, sitting in this room.
That doesn't make it right.
The singular, you said, you accused me of saying I don't speak Indian. You didn't even acknowledge that I used the word language, let alone languages.
You didn't say, you said Indian.
I said, my knowledge of Indian languages is not particularly great.
I heard you say language.
Can I perhaps try to find a solution here?
Perhaps we suspend for 15 seconds so she can listen to it and then apologize, Chair.
Well, no, just hear me out. Hear me out first. Sometimes people hear things or think they hear things. Sometimes, there's a misunderstanding. Okay, you know what? Let's. I've got the floor, Mr. Barber, so I would appreciate you respecting that. I don't think anybody in this committee, regardless of the temperature that's risen over the last few days here, has intended to accuse anybody of anything like that. I'm assuming all right, you know what, if I was
getting it ready for the suspension.
Okay, that was a little cute, maybe, but okay. I'm hoping we can chalk this up to a misunderstanding, because I will agree with you, Mr. Lawton. At the end of the day, our reputations are our most important asset. So if Ms. Dillon thinks she heard it that way, I suspect that's the reason she said what she said earlier. If the record reflects differently, I think we can find a compromise and just move past this. That's what I'm hoping, without getting into a big kerfuffle about it. But I'm prepared to suspend for a moment.
Thank you.
Ms. Cronus, you have the floor.
Point of order, Chair.
Sorry, Mr. Lawton, point of order, yeah. Oh, yes, sorry, yeah, my apologies, yeah. Ms. Dillon.
Yes, so I'd like to withdraw my comment upon further clarification. At the time, I had heard Indian language, but I withdraw my comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Lawton.
Point of order.
And hope we can continue with C9 clause by clause. Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Bauer.
Okay, so I want to make sure that there is no precedent set further to an exchange you had
Mr.
with
Bauer,
Mr. Brock.
you and I just had a conversation. I'm not going to entertain a discussion about legal interpretation of relevancy here.
That's not what I'm proposing.
Well, okay,
Chair,
get to your point.
I'm not proposing to have a discussion about the definition of relevancy.
What are you proposing then?
I'm proposing to suggest to you that what is relevant to this committee is considerably wider than what you've just interpreted with Mr. Brock. Please allow me.
That's an entirely different issue than the one Mr. Brock and I were talking about.
So 1 second.
So it's not a point of order relevant. You raised a point of order relevant to the discussion Mr. Brock and I had. That's an entirely different subject. It's got nothing to do with subjective versus objective.
Chair, I don't believe that it is proper of you to now overrule me. Sorry, without allowing me an explanation as to what I believe has just happened, and to seek clarification from the chair, so we know how to guide our submissions accordingly.
I will continue to deal with issues of relevance the way I have throughout this entire meeting.
May I suggest to you
if you want anything further than that, we'll deal with it on a case-by-case basis.
Well,
Mr.
no, because
no, Mr. Barber, that's the end of the discussion. I'm sorry. Ms. Cronus, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to recap where we are, which is that for the people that are watching at home, which is that what we're debating here is we're debating a sub-amendment to an amendment.
Point of order. I'm sorry, Ms. Cronus. Let me finish the sentence, James.
Okay, finish your sentence, Mr. Barber.
What is relevant to the sub-amendment, by implication, has to be relevant to the amendment, because the sub-amendment amends the amendment, and the amendment amends the block amendment.
Thank you for stating the obvious, but some other day you'll have to explain to me what that has the slightest thing to do with what Mr. Brock and I were talking about.
No, you said that the submissions pertaining to PMO discussions with the minister's office on whether this bill is to proceed or not was not relevant further to an objection brought by my friends on the other side. I submit to you that
Okay, Mr. Barber. Now you're questioning a previous ruling. You had an opportunity then to challenge my ruling. We're not doing it now. This is the end of this discussion, Mr. Barber. I'm sorry, because you're trying to go backwards and overrule a ruling made earlier today. We're not doing that. Ms. Cronus, you have the floor. Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to situate my questions within the amendment, which, as my colleague just pointed out, we have a sub-amendment to an amendment to an amendment. And what that comes down to is that we have an amendment that has removed the good faith defense from a section of the criminal code that deals with hate speech and that deals with hate speech. And my colleagues, through their amendment and sub-amendment, have tried to put in, or are trying to put back in, the idea that nothing in this section is to be interpreted or to be applied so as to interfere with, and this is where the sub-amendment comes in, freedom of conscience and religion, freedom of thought, belief, opinion, and expression, including freedom of the press and other media of communication, freedom of peaceful assembly, and freedom of association. So while I was waiting for my turn to speak, I did get an email, a message from one of my constituents who is very concerned about the fact, both that people could go to jail and could be criminally charged under these provisions in a different way than they're currently in a different way, just because when you change law, there has to be meaning to it. So presumably there's some form of change. But he was also concerned about the bail provisions that would relate to those kind of criminal charges. And so I'd like to ask if we're not going to, he'd very much like us to consider C-14, but if we're not going to move on to consider C-14, he would like me to ask some questions of the justice lawyers about how bail would work if someone was criminally charged under the amended section of the section of the criminal code that is now amended by C9. And so whichever one of the able counsel that is here representing the Department of Justice wants to answer my questions, I'm happy to have either one of you jump in. I'm wondering if you can explain how the current bail provisions work with respect to treat offenses with a hate motivation.
We are not talking about bail reforms now.
Well, I'll be honest with you, I can't hear what we're talking about because Mr. Bauer is talking in my left ear. But so I'm not in a position really to overrule or oppose your point of order. So all I would ask is, I'll just say the same thing I've been saying all day, is if we can. You started out by talking about the sub-amendment and the amendment, so if we can just focus on that, that would be fine. Thank you.
Well, we know the Liberals don't want to talk about bail, but members of my community very much want me to ask about it, and they want me to ask about it specifically with respect to the offenses that are being modified by these amendments and by this law. And so it is completely relevant because it's important for people to know, for people in our communities and for Canadians to know what the consequences of the changes to this legislation might be. So I'll ask the experts again. Can you share with us how bail works for hate-motivated offenses currently?
So I'll do my best to provide a general overview of bail in Canada, recognizing that it is of interest right now. So the Charter of Rights and Freedoms does include the right to reasonable bail unless there is just cause to deny bail. There are 3 reasons outlined in the Criminal Code for which bail can be denied: to ensure that those charged with an offence appear in court when required, to maintain public safety by assessing and managing any potential risks if an accused person is released, and to maintain the public's confidence in the justice system. There are 2 minor amendments proposed in Bill C9 to add the proposed intimidation offence to the bail provisions that would require a justice to consider whether or not to order a firearms prohibition if someone came before the bail court for that offence, as well as requiring a justice to consider electronic monitoring or a non-communication order, again for the intimidation offence. Those are the proposals that are in Bill C9 that would respond to bail.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that answer. Can you tell me how Bill C-14 would change those provisions?
So
Sorry,
I'm not here to speak
two things. I'm really having trouble hearing you. There's discussions going on every which way I turn, to my left and to my right. So if people could...
Sorry, let me repeat the question, especially since I really should have asked it through the chair. So through the chair, I'm wondering if counsel for the Department of Justice can tell us how Bill C-14 would change the bail provision she just described.
Point of order.
Sorry, is this related to Bill C9 or C14?
Well, no, it is related to C9, Mr. Chair, because what's happening here is C9 is going to make some changes to the bail provisions. And so C14 is going to make further changes to those bail provisions. And I realize that my Liberal colleagues do not want to study C14, but that doesn't change the fact that members of my community have questions about how C14 will impact Bill C9.
Bill C9 does not make any changes. There's no proposed changes to the bail provision.
Actually, I just asked the question and got the answer. And because...
Look, again, I'm not trying to stop you or prevent you from asking questions. I was having trouble hearing. All I heard you talk about was C14. If it's in the context of Bill C9,
so if you'll just allow me to establish the relevance, Mr. Chair. Bill C9 amends the criminal code, and that means that people can get arrested. And it's the removal of a defense means that it's unfortunately, Monsieur Fortin, getting arrested is not actually funny. And I am my office, my constituency office, my community offices are actually getting flooded with emails from people who are actually genuinely concerned that with this defense removed, I've had pastors who have called me and they've said, I've always been bipartisan. I have many members of my congregation, but they are universally asking me they're universally asking me to meet with you, and they're asking you to express the concerns that we have around C9. And so...
Okay, this isn't a discussion between two members at the
that's fair.
Table
But in terms of why it's relevant for me to ask our counsel from the Department of Justice about C14 is that whenever anyone gets arrested, bail provisions do come into play.
Let me put it to you another way. If you were to ask a question with a hypothetical based on an impaired driving charge, that wouldn't be relevant to C9.
But I'm not.
So that's by the same token, neither does the question.
But Mr. Chair,
I'm very concerned about the process here. You could make a very simple argument that bail is relevant because bail doesn't just deal with release. Bail deals with conditions. So, for instance, when someone is potentially arrested on a hate-motivated offense, they would be subject to various conditions, such as seizure of their communications devices, or maybe prohibition of social media. So it is relevant.
Thank you. Thank you. You had a point of order, Ms. Latanzio?
Yes, I did. The member just said that we do not want to debate C14. So again, I'm going to put forward and ask a unanimous consent that we send Bill C14 to the House so that we can carry on with the third reading and deal with C14 in the House, Mr. Chair.
Chair, could we have a brief suspension as you granted earlier on a similar request?
Do we have unanimous consent? Let's deal with that first. Do we have unanimous consent first?
Monsieur Fortin has already said
you earlier offered a suspension under this exact
for 2 minutes.
circumstance.
Yes,
Thank you.
We would be happy, more than happy, to send C14 back to the House because it is a priority for Canadians.
So that's unanimous consent?
It's a priority for stakeholders.
Mr. Brock,
the answer is a yes.
So we have unanimous consent?
Well, from the Conservatives you do.
No. Okay. All right, so we don't have unanimous consent. Okay. I promised Mr. Brock that I would give him an answer with respect to timing within the next hour, and I have 1 minute left. So being a man true to my word, I'm telling you now that I'm suspending the meeting, and I will see you in January.